Please elevate the court reporter to panelist. And then I'll look to the court reporter. Are we expecting a second link, or are you prepared to go on the record at this point? And we can't hear you if you're speaking. I see you're off mute. Well, let us know. I mean, if there is an issue, you can email the AHO and let us know if there's a problem. Otherwise, I'm going to assume, as I did last time, that we can go ahead and move forward. I will be starting with our usual introductions, so hopefully that will be.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Good morning.
Okay. Yes, I was saying. First of all, let me see. Could you hear me? And then obviously you couldn't.
Right.
Yes, we are ready to proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Um, then let's go ahead and we'll re-get started here. Good morning. It's June 10th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. The hearing this morning is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen of the AHO will be handling screen sharing of exhibits today, so feel free to address Ms. Mullen directly if you would like her to bring up a particular exhibit. We will, as usual, take breaks today, mid-morning, lunch, etc., and we will have a hard stop both today and tomorrow at 5 p.m. Before we jump into our agendized business, if you will, I did want to talk about a few procedural issues. I think I have marked from last time that we were going to revisit the site visit. I thought that would be appropriate to address for a few moments. I also wanted to acknowledge receiving the motion for extension of time for protestants to submit their cases in chief, and also the related motion. Well, I don't know if it's related. I suppose it's related. Also the motion for additional days for cross-examination of DWR's witnesses. So we have those. I've seen them. I also wanted to note state water contractors' objection to today's process. I also received that, and the objection is noted. And then I will look to the room to see if there's anything else we should talk about before we get started, but I think it makes sense to first turn to the site visit, if that makes sense to all of you. And with that, I'm going to turn to the room and see if there are hands of those who maybe, I don't know if Ms. Meserve, if you're lead on some of the, I'm assuming you're in the room, lead on some of these issues related to the site visit. We can also talk about this later if we don't have all the relevant parties. I assumed most of us would be here this morning because it's going to be an interesting day, I think. Let's start Ms. Carroll. If we can please promote Ms. Carroll to panelist. I see we also have Ms. Tabor. Great. Let's start with Ms. Tabor since my team is faster than I am. So please, good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I am able to speak about the site visit on behalf of protestants. I believe Ms. Meserve had conflict this morning and is not able to be online.
Great. Would you, do you think it makes sense to talk about it now, or do you think we can either talk about it today or tomorrow? I don't have a particular preference.
I think we can talk about it now. I mean, our office has worked with the other protestants who are to present a proposal for a site visit. You have our proposal, and you have the Department of Water Resources proposal. And I guess we are looking to you for direction on how you would like to proceed with that.
Great. Let's go ahead and start with that. Good morning, Ms. Carroll. I'll give you a chance to make your appearance as well, please.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. Good morning. Oh, and we have Ms. Mazur. Why don't you as well make your appearance? Good morning.
Good morning, OSHA Reserve. Yeah, I was just joining a couple minutes late. Thank you, Ms. Tabor, for mentioning that. But yeah, I think Ms. Tabor's well versed on the site issues and agree that we're kind of interested in. We're willing to talk about it whenever the hearing officer is ready and interested in your, feedback and questions.
Great. So here's where I have a number of things written down that are, well, I think they're helpful, which is I certainly am open to a site visit. I think based on my experience with the site's reservoir proceeding, it does tend to be helpful. I did want to note that there may be circumstances here, and you may have already thought about it, where some kind of drone footage or that type of thing might actually reveal more than being in person. For certain things, just putting that out there. I'm also open to the concept of reviewing drone footage, whether you have a live witness who would talk us through it, that type of thing. I'm open to that. In related to my comment, which is going to be, I have this farther down on my list, so I'm jumping to it, but I think no boats. We'll get to the reasons for that. But I realize it's hard to see certain things if you're not in a boat. So which is why I thought of thinking about the drone footage as a possibility as well. But let me go back to where I intended to start, which is I think it's at this point, we don't have time to plan a site visit in June. That would be next week because the rest of June are blocked out. So we're looking at July. I realized that the tribes and tribal interests had conflicts related to cultural ceremonies in July and August. I'm aware of that. So I'm not sure how we want to navigate that, but I'm certainly willing to consider a site visit later in this process. We have time, and I realize different times of year may be better or worse for seeing what you would hope for us to see. So I am open to conducting a site visit later. I also noted there were July dates for I think what we're calling days 1 and 2, although not necessarily going in order. We can't, and I didn't check if these were not blacked out, but the July 15th and 16th are board meeting and workshop days, so those would not work. So we could do July 17th, but that would be in isolation. And then also just noting the obvious that, of course, July and August will tend to be quite warm, although I'm fine. I like the heat, but it's something to keep in mind for all of us. So I wanted to put that out there. I think we probably need to rediscuss. I won't be negotiating, rediscuss the dates, or you may need to think about the dates again. Another element of this is that unlike the site's reservoir proceeding, I think given the circumstances, we're not going to notice this as a board meeting, so it would not be a quorum, which means that it would not necessarily be open to the public, and my intent would be to limit it to representatives of the parties. And I think that would be more manageable here, especially if we're in a situation where we're on narrow levee roads or things like that. And so part of this would be a requirement to indicate an intent to participate in advance so that we can get a firm head count and facilitate logistics in that way. So that would be the intent. I think board members are interested in participating, but they would do so with less than a quorum at a time. Related to that, because of the ex parte concerns and the participation of hearing team members as well as board members, I noted that there was a proposal for a bus, which is a wonderful proposal, and I certainly promote carpooling, and we would be looking into carpooling ourselves, of course, at the hearing team. But given the limitations, of course, on ex parte communications, I don't think the hearing team can be on the bus, which may limit some of the communication. I think some of the concept was to be able to speak while we were traveling, which normally would be a great idea and very efficient, but I don't see how that could work unless we had I don't know if I'm capable of policing a silence on the bus rule. Even with adults, I'm not sure we could enforce silence on the bus. So that's another feature to think about. I'm certainly open to ideas about that because once again, in normal circumstances, taking a bus would be the correct way to do this and would make a lot of sense. Related to that, I thought no boats. I think I love boats. I would love to go on a boat. I'd love to have an excuse to go on a boat. But I think it raises a lot of concerns about safety, given that we may have a significant number of people participating. that does raise concerns for me. And if there are particular places where really the boat is the way, let's talk about it. Like I said, we can talk about drone footage, but that is a concern, an additional layer of logistics that I thought would be quite challenging. I'm going to keep going, and then you can respond to all of this. As I mentioned, I thought I'm open to conducting this in the fall or breaking up the days, whatever you think is most appropriate. I will say, based on my experience with the site's reservoir visit, I don't think, and that happened relatively early in the proceeding, but I'm not convinced that there's a clear benefit to conducting a site visit before hearing case in chief from the protestants. We've already heard case in chief from DWR. I actually think there's some potentially benefits that outweigh other factors for seeing the site after you've heard testimony. So I just wanted to throw that out there for your consideration. I know there's a general sense that it's better to see the site first, so you're oriented before you hear the testimony. I think there's pros and cons both ways. So I'm not convinced that there's a strong. I don't have a strong preference for conducting the site visit first, and I think it may be appropriate to do it either after or possibly while we're conducting the protestant's case in chief. And then I guess we'll get to this next, but in terms of putting this together, I was thinking that I'd set out a deadline today for revised proposals with dates and give all of you a chance to talk to each other and DWR to chime in. And then I'd get those initial proposals and then set a short turnaround, maybe 5 days after, to hear any objections from the parties, with the idea that we could get dates in place. I will, after I receive that input, we'll get dates set, agendas relatively clearly set. I'll set a deadline for parties to indicate an intent to participate, to send a representative, and we'll start to put this in place in concrete terms. The one other thing I did want to mention I have on my list here is it looked like a lot of these sites are either public property or DWR would have access. But if there were, of course, any sites that were not public and there was a requirement to obtain access from a third party, I would want to your assurance, not assurance, but your certification, if you will, that approval and that access has been obtained. And that can be something, I'm not looking for a formal written agreement with a third party, but just your statement as a licensed attorney that you have that access and that it would be appropriate for us to access those sites. I think a lot of them looked like they were public, but I wasn't, of course, perfectly clear to me. So that was a lot. And so now I will turn to you. Ms. Tabor, do you have follow-up on that you would like me to consider or ask more clarification about?
No, thank you. I think I agree with all your input and observations, and we have actually coordinated with property owners where sites were not public. So I think from the protestants' proposal, we will be prepared to represent that we have authorization for any sites that are not public.
Thank you. Ms. Meserve, did you want to jump in?
Sure, yeah, just all your points make sense. With respect to the bus idea, we have secured a bus company that's available to do the tour. We haven't discussed, how to share the cost of it. When I think that the day in protestants' proposal that I think requires a bus is probably that day one, in the North Delta. The other days probably could go without a bus and would be safe enough, is my initial assessment. Although a bus, in the South Delta area, it may be helpful. With respect to the idea of the ex parte, I guess the way I was envisioning it, and we didn't have a bus on the sites tour, for instance, so we didn't get a chance to try that. But I recall, hearing officer, you admonish folks, don't talk to me about, the hearing on this tour. And so, I don't think anybody did. So the way I was seeing it is maybe you and your team would be, in one area of the bus. I think we would have to make sure it's large enough, but it's like a full-size bus. So we could put you in an area that's kind of separate, if you will. And then, you know, I guess we could ask people not to be, you know, saying too much, but I mean, my idea was that you wouldn't be subject to a bunch of chatter or a bunch of people sitting next to you or things like that. And then that would allow use of like the PA on the bus to be able to point out, for instance, because of the complexities of boat and whatnot, we had thought, well, it'd be good, like in the way that we set up the tour route in the North Delta, for instance, we loop around to the north and across the river so that you could, so that everyone could see the proposed intake sites from the far side of the river. So it would be nice to have everybody, and that part of the road, there may not, I don't think there is like a good pullover spot, but if there was somebody who was, you know, appointed to point out, there's the proposed intake site, you know, north of Hood, as we're driving by, everyone could look out the window and see that, you know, so I guess my thought is that there would be a way to do the bus that could respect the ex parte concerns. That would take everyone's cooperation, but it seemed like it would just be, you know, kind of a slightly different version of the way we did it before. And again, it seems like it's really only that one day that really requires a bus.
Thank you. I'm becoming persuaded. We can put us in the back of the bus.
Anyway, or the back, right?
We
Well,
have the front of the bus.
No.
I would try to put you in the front so you could see as much as possible, but I don't know. Anyway.
No, I'm open to that. Let's, especially with the cooperation of the parties, I think this is the type of thing we can work through in the exchange back and forth, but I certainly recognize the advantages for traveling that way in terms of logistics and safety and a lot of different factors and being able to see while we're on the move. You reminded me in your comments, one of the things I failed to say is we are at the AHO are looking into the possibility of getting a more professional, if you will, videographer who could record all of the speaking. The idea would be, and for those who didn't participate in the site's reservoir proceeding, that all of the oral statements that are made would be recorded and the views of the sites would be recorded on camera so that we have a record of that that parties can refer back to. With sites, we did this with our AHO GoPro, which wasn't ideal. I think for those of you who have seen the footage, the audio is difficult and it's because it was such a large group of people. The GoPro works well with a smaller group and this would be more challenging. So we do have our own AHO GoPro, which we can use. We don't have a contract for a videographer, so it's a little bit with the state contracting, it normally takes a year and not a short period of time, but we're looking into it to see if we can do that. But if there's any other input on a good way to handle that piece of this, that would be produce a better quality recording than what we can do with a GoPro. I'm certainly open to suggestions. So I wanted to make that clear that all of this would be on the record and we would be able to refer back to it. So
one other thought before I'm sure Ms. Carroll has comments as well, but is that with respect to the scheduling, one thing that I've been encouraging is that, you know, we find it's basically what we've proposed, if that tour was to occur, is basically 2.5 days. And that there's really no reason that they have to happen back to back, you know? So, I mean, it would be nice to have them grouped, you know, somewhat near each other, but if for scheduling reasons, we had to divide out the days a little bit and in order to accommodate the tribes and their schedule in particular, you know, that might be a way to be able to, you know, it might be necessary, I guess, is what I would say. And that I think that flexibility would help, you know, make it possible to do all this. That was all the comments I had for right now.
Noted, thank you. And I don't have any opposition to breaking up the days. I agree. It may make it more feasible and easier to schedule them sooner rather than later if we split them. Ms. Carroll, please, if you have any comments.
I have a few. I think we share the concern about ex parte communication and agree that while we're all adults and professional, that it is very difficult to maintain that on a bus situation. As to the drone footage, we have an aerial virtual tour that we have proposed. we do not currently have any drone footage, nor do we have a drone plan to take that footage. So we would need more information about that to just comply with the regulations required to fly the drone, especially having to get site access and permission to fly.
Ms. Carroll, can you just clarify for me when you say you have an aerial virtual tour, that's something that's already been done and recorded? And what
That's
is it?
already prepared.
Okay, and it's of the, what is it of?
It's of the project. It's essentially a virtual site visit.
Got it. Thank you.
And maybe one thing we could propose is that we release the virtual site visit and see if that eliminates the need for any of the stops in the physical site visit, or if that helps with seeing some of the features that are more difficult to see from the ground or from in person.
I think that would be very helpful if DWR is willing to do that. You don't have to commit on the spot, but if you're willing to share it in advance, with the acknowledgement that if we are to admit it into evidence, that you would have all the parties would have an opportunity to comment on it or ask questions about it and that kind of thing. But I think it might be
Absolutely.
helpful for the hearing team.
And then I guess I had a question about the videographer footage and the record. It's not a noticed board meeting, but it would still be considered part of the hearing. Would the people who speak be subject to cross?
Yeah, the way we did, yes, the way we conducted this, as I recall, in the site's reservoir proceeding is that those who spoke were under oath. And the direction was to focus that comments should be related to the physical features that we were viewing. That's the reason for us to be out there. And that these individuals who spoke would be subject upon request to cross-examination by other parties. That didn't occur in the site's reservoir proceeding, but I did anticipate that it would be possible that there needed to be follow-up questions, but we wouldn't be doing those in the field. It would be something that would occur later during hearing time.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my other question would be as to the anticipated number of participants, because that would also go to our evaluation of the safety of the stops.
And that's right. And that's fair enough. It's a little bit of a chicken and the egg to find out how many people want to go and working out the logistics itself. I'm certainly willing to limit. I mean, we have a large number of parties, so I don't know how helpful it is for me to say I would be willing to consider limiting each party to one representative, although I don't know that that would be amenable to everyone. But I think we have 79 parties, so I'm not sure that gets us down. So I think maybe what we would want to do is, and it's hard for parties to, I think, to commit that they want to participate in advance of understanding when this would occur and the precise logistics. So I'm trying to think this through. One possibility would be for us to send out the AHO to send out a survey, if you will, and those casual sort of, are you interested and how many, so we can get a tentative head count. And that may assist you in, and just tentative because we wouldn't know the dates, and that might assist you in your logistics. So let me look into, if there are other comments about this, I'm open to that, but let me look into getting something like that out quickly, which would just be your schedule permitting. Would you be interested in participating in in this site visit? And we'll see. And I would encourage the parties to work together and think about coordinating your efforts, because if we have an overwhelming number, these logistics will become more and more difficult. So to the extent you're willing to send a representative to represent more than one party, that would be appreciated. So Ms. Carroll, does that make sense to you that we send out something very soon? I mean, as soon as we can figure out how to put together a survey so that we can get that number back to all of you.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not good at party planning, so this is not up my alley, but there are those who are better at these things. And I'm aware the technology is out there to do such surveys, so we will get that done. Ms. Meserve or Ms. Tabor, did you have anything else you wanted to follow up on?
I could just mention that this is OSHA Reserve. It looks like the bus quote that we got is a 48 seat bus. And I don't know, since we don't know the dates that it's going to happen, as you pointed out, hearing officer, like the ones we proposed probably aren't the ones that will work at this
Right.
point. So, yeah, I mean, I think the more the survey could point to the likely time period. Anyway, I mean, ideally it would be one that everyone could fit on one bus. So it might be helpful too to know what the size of the hearing officers team is if you were able to, figure out a way to go on the bus too. And anyway, so we can work with the numbers. It would be possible to get a second bus. One other thing to note is I think there's a couple spots where we might just be viewing from the bus and not getting off the bus. For instance, at the proposed intake sites, there are small pullouts, but I'm not sure there's enough room for everyone to get off the bus. And I will research that a little bit further. I will be down in the area next Monday, and we'll do a little more recon thinking about the size of the bus. But just to point that out, that's kind of another reason I think we were hoping to get folks on a bus so that it would be possible for I think the other thing is that the speakers would be identified in advance and would be, just like at the site visit, obligated to, discuss factual issues, not argument. So, and that we would coordinate with DWR about who those speakers are, or whether there would be more than one speaker at certain stops, so that it's, kind of a dispassionate version of just, what the understanding of the proposed project is. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And yes, I understood. One of the advantages, I think, of the bus is that we may not need to get off of it, so that might be helpful. And yes, I will certainly, as part of this, put together a hearing team number. It'll probably be a range, but it'll sort of be like, there's the lowest range. If there's constraints and absent constraints, we may want up to this number. That certainly is something I can do.
And then for the poll, you might, again, I don't know how far you want to go, and we could, on the protestant side, do a poll like, sign up genius or something like that, right? That it should probably differentiate between the different, days that are proposed if we're going to find that out, because one of my thoughts in trying to make this all feasible would be that, there may be people that are more interested in different parts of the tour than others. So I wouldn't necessarily assume that if someone is going to, say whatever we're going to be for day one would be, also going for the third part or the second part. So that may also be a way to kind of tamp down the numbers a little bit, is by trying to, or make them more realistic, maybe is a better way to say it, by, kind of affiliating the days. Anyway, I think if the hearing office team is able to do it, it could all be kind of asked as a question, a hypothetical question, without committing to anything in particular, and maybe gather a little bit of information.
I think that makes a lot of sense to me, Ms. Meserve, because I agree that certain parties may be much more interested in certain elements, and certain people may have seen certain things before, and it's less significant. So that makes sense to me. Thank you for that suggestion. Ms. Carroll, I saw your hand earlier, please.
Yes, as to speakers, we had proposed bringing back Adam Murdoch to speak to the facilities. We thought it would be most appropriate to have a DWR representative to speak to the facilities that the department is building for the project, since it's a factual representation of the project facilities. I'm not sure if there was some other purpose for the facilities or a different speaker that were proposed by the parties. Also, if we're not leaving the bus for some of these sites, I think that just behooves us to take the virtual tour even more so, as we can have a different view there, rather than, depending on which seat you have on the bus. So I'd like to propose that to the extent we can eliminate the sites where we're not getting off of the bus, and that the tour covers that, that those could be taken out of the physical site visit.
Thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Tabor.
I just say on behalf of my clients, we have no objection to enhancing the site visit with the virtual tour, but we do think it's important to see all the sites in person. And I think it's appropriate for DWR's witness, who's most knowledgeable, Mr. Murdoch, to describe what facilities are proposed at each place. But I just don't think you can replicate the experience or the significance of the sites by doing it solely virtually.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Ms. Meserve.
I mean, I want to address the meta issues first before we get down into the details, but I would say with respect to speakers, you know, I think it is also relevant. What are the current land uses at the sites? And in particular, what the water diversion and distribution and drainage systems are at the site. So it may be appropriate to have, you know, a knowledgeable person about that describing, you know, that as well, because that certainly goes to hearing issues. Again, in a dispassionate manner, that's just intended to give everyone an idea of, you know, what's proposed, what the current uses are, and, you know, what the change would be.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. I think the issue left to talk about is how soon, when the deadline should be for both protestants and DWR, if you choose to submit proposals, a revised proposal for the site visit. To some extent, it's up to, how long do you need? I'm looking to Ms. Tabor. I'll look to you first, Ms. Tabor, since you did a lot of coordination on the last effort.
Well, I'd have to, there's so many parties, I'd have to check
Right.
with them. I guess
Fair enough.
we put so much effort into it. I'm not sure, based on what I heard today, that we would propose to change it. Not to be difficult, but I feel like we tried to limit it to what we felt were the essential locations. If we had to revise it, I guess we could consider that. I think, per Ms. Meserve's comment, the bus, using a bus for the first, what we called the first day, would be appropriate.
Thank you. And I actually didn't mean to necessarily suggest changing the agenda around more dates, whether.
Oh, for dates.
Um,
Sure. Would you, I guess, to figure out where it would be, I guess we would want to coordinate with DWR first. We have AHO blackout dates. I don't know how far they extend, but we'd want to know what the DWR availability or non-availability is. Maybe that would be more helpful. I guess we'd be looking in September and October. Is that you're thinking, or you're open to August?
Yes, frankly, I'm open to whatever works for the parties. And I'll leave it to you to have those conversations. Why don't we do this in terms of short term? The AHO will set up this poll that we've discussed. Tentatively, I'll say the poll, assuming we can make it work, the poll will close and we'll get information to you by the end of next week. So then you'll at least have that. And then what I'd propose is we look to the end of the month. Does that make sense? I don't know if the 30th is a weekday or not, but roughly the end of the month to submit a proposal to the extent you need to revise it, but with
dates.
Additional dates. Yep. And then I'll give a week for any party to respond to the proposal with concerns, objections, suggestions, etc. That would be what I would propose we do here. Do you think that would work on your end, Ms. Tabor?
That seems very workable for us.
Okay. And then Ms. Carroll, do you have any comments on that proposal?
I was just going to say the end of the month is June 27th. It's the Friday. And then unfortunately, a week from that is Independence Day on July 4th.
Oh,
So I didn't know if you wanted to go before or after that.
Okay. We can go out. Let me see here what they're doing here. I could actually look at my calendar. And many people are probably out so let's go ahead and I think June 30th is a Monday. I can set June 30th for the deadline for a proposal, but we can do Tuesday the 8th for any response to that proposal. July 8th. Ms. Meserve, did you have a follow-up? I see you're off mute.
Well, I mean, I think, as you've noted, protestants have asked for a brief delay in the deadline for the cases in chief. I think, I am concerned if, depending on the outcome of that request, adding additional deadlines, right around that same time. But I mean, I think we can do it. I mean, obviously the site tour is important to us, so we will, but I just wanted to note that. And then the other thing is,
Well, can we pause there, Ms. Meserve? What would you propose? I'm open on this one. I want to get it out there so that we all have it on our calendar. It makes it easier to schedule. The sooner we get dates on the calendar, the easier it is to herd all the cats. But and you know that well. So, but if you would prefer to have a deadline that's after the current case in chief deadline, I'm open to that, given that it's only 2 weeks later or so.
I look to Ms. Tabor as well. I think that may be preferable. If we're really looking at doing the hearing date, the site tour, a couple months out, maybe it doesn't prejudice the ability to get it done. I mean, the other thing I was going to throw in there is Ms. Carroll has mentioned this kind of map-based tour that DWR has prepared, and I was hoping that to the extent that's should be considered in whether we would, as she suggested, whether we would, be inclined to modify any of our stop requests. The sooner that could be provided to the service list, that would be helpful as well.
That makes sense to me. Ms. Carroll, do you have a comment? I mean, I know you may need to consult with others on this, and that's a fair response, but do you have a sense of when they might be provided?
I think we could do it by the end of the week.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Tabor, did you have any preference on whether we go June 30th or I give you more time? I could do a week after, so July 18th, I suppose that would be a week after the deadline for case in chief. I'm open to either, but it means it probably would push back. If you had planned on August as the site visit day, that probably would get pushed back as we work out the logistics. So I don't know if you have a preference on that.
Well, we don't have most of the parties available, and I don't know what their availability is. So I think it would be safer to commit to the later date because we just have so many people on the Protestant side to reach out to.
Great. So here's what we'll do. Unless you get back to me tomorrow, you can come back tomorrow and say, actually, we like to move this up. We want to move this faster. Let's go ahead and set July 18th as a deadline for proposals and dates for the site visit. To the extent there's any suggestions for revisions in the agenda, that would be included. And then, so that's July 18th. And then we can do July 25th as a deadline for any party to respond to those proposals. And I see we have a hand. I apologize. I must have missed this. William Gukake. And you can tell me how to pronounce that more appropriately. If we can please move William Gukake up to panelist. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Williame Ngudake, appearing legal fellow with the Yale Environmental Justice and Advocacy Clinic, appearing for the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition parties. We would just want to make a few points here on the site visit in that we are appreciative of your suggestion for the site visit and the inclination for that, and the recognition of the busy time periods for in August for Delta tribes in the partaking of ceremony. But we would also, and we believe that a site visit is important in being irreplaceable to understanding the context that will inform the hearing issues. However, we would also like to emphasize that for our clients, we strongly oppose a virtual site visit in lieu of the physical visit. And while we accept the review of the footage, we don't view these two as interchangeable. And in participating with the planning, we would also look to find additional days for the site visit to tribal locations to assist with the planning of the site visit. One point we wanted to raise on the logistics is that it may be appropriate for a bus to be available for the tour of other days, not just a single day, when visiting tribal sites and downstream sites. And this is something we'll raise with other parties in the transportation proposal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will look to the room. Are there other comments on this topic before we move on? With that, then I will move on to say, are there any other procedural issues we should address now before we get started with questions of DWR's witnesses and the historical use information? All right, then with that, I think we'll go ahead and transition to hearing from DWR's witnesses. The purpose of today and tomorrow is to hear from those witnesses and allow the opportunity for questions about the historical use information for the SWP permits that DWR submitted on May 27th. Thank you for that. My intent today is to first turn to Ms. Carroll for the opportunity to introduce the witnesses. I suppose I can ask you now, Ms. Carroll, is it your intent to provide any, or for the witnesses to provide any direct testimony, or are you looking to just go straight into questions? And either is fine with me, but I wanted to ask you what you had intended here.
Like our other witness panels, we have a PowerPoint for today.
Wonderful, thank you. So we will start with that. Then I will hand things over to Mr. Sam Bolin-Bryan with the Administrative Hearings Office. He's a senior engineer with our office who has questions, as I indicated when we were last together, has questions for the witnesses. And I don't anticipate, even though we're starting now, I think we will probably be able to wrap up before lunch with those. And then I will turn to the other parties and ask you for estimates of time. Once we've had a chance to get through that and kind of lay the foundation, I will ask all of the parties for estimates of time for questions of the witnesses. I do intend to get through those questions today and tomorrow, at least for this piece of the hearing. And so my intent would be to get estimates and then divvy up the time accordingly. I'll probably take a break and break out the time so that we can make sure we get through this and allow you, Ms. Carroll, and your team the opportunity, we'll break out some time so that you have the opportunity to redirect the witnesses if necessary at the end. That would be, we'd follow that normal, the process we have in the past for that. With that, are there any questions before we move to the witnesses and their PowerPoint presentations? Then with that, I will turn to you, Ms. Carroll. I think, I see a hand from Mr. Rees. If the hearing team can please elevate Mr. Rees to panelist, and you can make your appearance this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Dean Reese for the Central and South Delta Agency parties. I just wanted to know, at some point were you intending to, I know you noted receipt of both motions, do you intend to rule on those or have an opportunity to consider those? Because one of them deals with cross-examination after today for this panel.
Yes, I will be ruling on them. I'm not going to rule on them for today and tomorrow but here's what I would say is to go forward today and tomorrow with the assumption that you may not that we may not set aside additional days for cross-examination of these witnesses, but I'm open to the possibility of, there is a subpoena process, so I'm open to the possibility of those requests. I guess this is sort of outlining a tentative ruling on that, which I'll phrase it that way. The tentative ruling is the motion is denied with respect to adding additional days for cross-examination in July, but in a way I could say it's without prejudice that let's get through today and tomorrow. Let's see how much information we is elicited from the parties, and then I'll have a better sense of what would be productive and relevant to the issues in this proceeding, which I think are fairly narrow. But I don't think I'm in a position right now, absent having the chance to go through this cross-examination process to make a good judgment about whether additional questioning would be productive for purposes of this proceeding. Does
Okay.
that help provide some guidance going forward for
Does
today?
provide some guidance, yes.
Thank you. With that, I will turn to Ms. Carroll. I believe we have some, will you please just identify your witnesses so we can, and I will look to the attendee list. If you would please raise your hand if you know you're a witness for DWR. We'll bring you up to panelist. If we can please elevate Molly White, Janice Wu, and I believe there's Mr. Fitzhugh, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. That's all three of them.
Great. And once we make sure we have, and you're welcome to come on camera and unmute your microphones. And I'll leave it to you, Ms. Carroll, to, if you can go ahead, just go through and introduce your witnesses again, and then I will go ahead and administer the oath to each of them, and then we can go forward with any PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I'd like to introduce today Ms. Molly White, Ms. Janice Wu, and Mr. Thomas Fitzhugh. They will be our witnesses to address your request for supplemental information.
Thank you. And with that, I will go through each of these. I know, Ms. White, you had joined us previously, but I will go ahead and re-administer the oath. If you would please raise your right hand, come off mute, and then raise your right hand. Ms. White, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And I didn't hear, I think try your audio again. We should have checked that first.
Yes, I do.
There we go. Noted. Thank you. I think that works. With that, I will turn to Ms. Wu. If you can please come off mute and say good morning, and we'll check the audio. It wasn't working, it sounded like.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes. Good morning. And if you would please, Ms. Wu, raise your right hand. Ms. Wu, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Fitzhugh, good morning. If you say good morning, if you just say it, I couldn't hear you. Checking the audio. Can you? Still can't hear you. Try it one more time. There was something faint.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that works. Thank you. Good morning. Are you ready for me to administer the oath, or do you need a moment? You need a moment on the technology.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Yes.
I can't hear you though.
Oh, that's
Um,
that won't work.
Just give me a second.
Sure.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, now can you say something?
Yes, we can hear you.
I apologize. I'm
You still can't hear us.
having trouble with my speaker here.
And if we need to, we can take a brief break to troubleshoot. I could suggest my silly hack, which works for me, but probably wouldn't work, which is to mute and then unmute. Sometimes that magically helps me. But of course, you can't hear me make the suggestion. Now we can't hear you.
How about now?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Sorry
Great.
about that.
That's okay.
Something was going on with my headset.
That's all right. It's still a much more efficient process to do it this way. If you will, please, Mr. Fitzhugh, raise your right hand and I will administer the oath. Can you hear me? I'm gone
Okay,
again.
sorry. All right, I won't touch anything. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Great. Will you please raise your right hand? Mr. Fitzhugh, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will turn things back to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. One day we will start one of these without any hiccups with the technology. So let's see. Ms. White, I will start with you. Good morning, Ms. White.
Good morning.
I'm going to run through your exhibits and that you relied upon and your CV and others. Is DWR 00301 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes.
And is DWR-00310 a true and correct copy of your supplemental testimony?
Yes.
And is DWR-00327 a true and correct copy of your supplemental PowerPoint?
Yes.
Thank you. And in creating the supplemental testimony and the PowerPoint, did you rely upon DWR exhibits 00311 through 00326?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. White. Ms. Wu, I'll go next to you. Okay. Good morning, Ms. Wu. Is DWR-00328 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And is DWR-00311 a true and correct copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
And then Ms. Wu, are there any changes or that you would like to make to these exhibits?
Yes. There are a couple changes that I would like to make. Do you want me to go through it now?
Yes, please.
So on page 2, line 24, there are missing words. So after the word overview in parentheses, it should be water, period, C, figure 3 for reference. And then on page 6, end of line 9, first bolded word 2 should be replaced with diversion to storage. Similarly, on page 7, end of line 19, after the comma, the bolded word 2 should be replaced with diversion to storage. And on page 9, line 12, it's calculated, so showed up twice, so delete the second, it's calculated. Finally, on page 14, lines 28 to 29, it should be revised to read the, so after the south of Delta reservoirs, there should be a period, and then only a portion of the 160,564 acre-feet was beneficially used in 2007. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Wu. And Hearing Officer Kinsey, we will be submitting a track changed red line version with these corrections.
Thank you very much.
And then Ms. Wu, in developing your testimony and opinion today, did you rely upon DWR exhibits 00314 through 00326?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Wu. All right, Mr. Fitzhugh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Is DWR 00109 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And is DWR 00312 a true and correct copy of your DCP supply report?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And do you have any changes to these exhibits?
Yes, I do have a few changes. So in table 1, which is on page 4, so the second row where it says diversions of South Delta storage, 1,186 TIF on a calendar year basis. So the year that's stated there in the third column, it says 2006, but it should be 1978. That was the first year where those permits were maxed out. And then additional changes are, if you look at page 5, there are some errors in a couple of the equations. So on line 6, at the end of the line, it says maximum of 0.2629 minus bracketed 1. It should be maximum of 0 and bracketed 1 minus 2629. Line 7 should say maximum of 0 and bracketed 2 minus 1186. Line 8 should say maximum of 0 and bracketed 3 minus 2548. These are just typos in the equations, and they're actually correct in the tables below. And then the last one is in table 3. There is a line at the end of the table that shouldn't have been there. There's a second line that repeats the numbers for 1938. It's all the way at the bottom. So that line, that row should just be deleted from table 3. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzhugh. And then also I failed to ask, is DWR 329 a true and correct copy of your Excel sheet?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then in developing your exhibits and testimony opinion, did you rely upon DWR 00110? That's Mr. Singh's supplemental testimony.
It's supplemental testimony. I guess I did, in the sense that, yes, I used the models that were cited there, yes.
Thank you. And then also, did you rely upon DWR 00104R? That's the final EIR modeling assumption table.
Yes, for the assumptions for those same models, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzhugh. And then with that, Hearing Officer Kinsey, if I could ask Ms. Mullen to please bring up Ms. White's PowerPoint. It's DWR 00327.
And while Ms. Mullen is doing that, I did have one change revision to my testimony. I was just need to share.
My apologies, Ms. White. I forgot to ask you.
On page 4, lines 2 and lines 9, the exhibit I should be referencing is 00311E. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. White. And like I previously said, we will be providing all of these and track changes to the service list.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so I'll get going here. Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. My name is Molly White, and I have over 25 years of professional experience working for the state of California, of which about 15 of those I have been working directly in state water project water operations. In my current capacity, I am a manager of utility operations and serve as the assistant division manager in the Division of Operations and Maintenance at the Department of Water Resources. I am responsible for water management activities for the State Water Project. These activities include State Water Project, water supply planning, and water operations scheduling, administration of the long-term water supply contracts, in supporting the planning and implementation of water supply resiliency initiatives. In addition, I also oversee the State Water Project water rights permit accounting and reporting. Next slide, please.
And Ms. White, I apologize. I'm just going to pause for a moment. I see Mr. Cho's hand is up. Can we please elevate Mr. Cho to panelist? And you're welcome to come on camera and make your appearance, Mr. Cho, and your comment here.
I think I'm on. Am I on? I can't see myself. So
There we go. I see you. You're here.
great. Good morning, Ms. Kenzie. Austin Cho on behalf of North Delta et al. And Ms. White, I apologize for interrupting your testimony. I just had a small request. If DWR wouldn't mind submitting those revised testimonies and exhibits before the protestants commence their own cross-examination. I just found the oral revisions to be really difficult to track in real time, and I would appreciate the ability to see those changes, which might inform some of my questions.
Ms. Carroll, are you able to do that? Do you have the track changes ready to go, or is that something that is to be done?
I believe we have some of them completed. I think we could do it by lunch. So I think we can commit to that. And just while we're on pause here, I was wondering if we could also please elevate Ms. Morris and Mr. Krieger. We haven't done that yet.
You didn't do that. Thank you. I'm confused by my normal process here. If we can please elevate Ms. Morris up to panelist and Mr. Krieger as well. And I apologize, Ms. White. It's a brief pause. And Ms. Morris, if you're elevated, if you would please come on camera and make your appearance.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources.
Good morning. And then Mr. Krieger, you're welcome to come on camera and make your appearance.
Good morning, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Carroll. Thank you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you.
And with that, back to you, Ms. White. Thank you for your patience.
All good. All right. So this morning, I will be providing a summary of my testimony that will consist of a high-level description of the supplemental information and associated methodology, how the State Water Project will operate consistent with our water right permits, and an overview of the water supply available by the Delta Conveyance Project should there be a limit to the diversions based upon the supplemental information. Next slide, please. The supplemental information requests pertain to the State Water Project water rights permits numbers 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482. The four information requests are detailed on this slide and consist of data prior to December 31st, 2009. In summary, item number 1 pertained to the maximum volume of water diverted to storage during one authorized storage period in Lake Oroville. Items 2 and 3 pertains to the maximum volume and rate of water directly diverted, rediverted, and diverted to storage from the Southern Delta. And lastly, item number 4, the maximum volume of water beneficially used under each permit. For purpose of maintaining alignment with our State Water Project water rights permit terms, the supplemental information pertaining to item number 2 and 4 were provided based on the calendar year, not the water years as requested by the administrative hearing officer. Next slide, please. In addition to the supplemental information, Hearing Officer Kenzie also requested that DWR provide how the information was calculated and any additional information that was relied upon to calculate the information, the requested information. And lastly, to answer how frequently the proposed new diversion facilities would be used. Next slide, please. I will now briefly summarize the methodology used to determine the supplemental information. A comprehensive overview is provided in Exhibit DWR 00311E. In order to calculate Oroville storage, DWR followed the methodology provided in the State Water Board's guidelines document entitled Process for Water Rights Licensing. The example hydrograph shown on this slide was pulled directly from the State Water Board's guidelines document and includes the methodology to calculate the initial storage, refill storage collection, regulatory withdrawal, and storage withdrawal components that are followed to calculate the diversion to storage. I do want to note that DWR did add the storage withdrawal component to the legend on this graphic for added clarity. However, we did not change, and it does not change the context of the State Water Board's guidelines. As noted, DWR uses the State Water Board's guidelines for the supplemental information request, and we also follow the guidelines for our annual water rights accounting and reporting. Next slide, please. Items 2 and 3 are very straightforward, as DWR provided the maximum volume for the calendar year in acre feet and the maximum daily rate in cubic feet per second of water pumped through Banks Pumping Plant. The water volume and rate does not include non-state water projects pumped at Banks Pumping Plant. And lastly, item number 4. Item 4 is a bit more complicated. DWR provided the annual maximum volume of water put to beneficial use for each water rights permit. This includes the amount of water directly diverted and water released from storage to meet water deliveries and regulatory requirements. This year, when the water is withdrawn, withdrawn water is put to beneficial use may sometimes be in a different year than when it was diverted and stored. Following the State Water Board's guidelines, DWR credits direct diversions first to the most senior water rights up to the limits, with any remaining diversion attributed to the more junior water rights in descending order of priority. For storage withdrawal, DWR applies the FILO-LIFO methodology, meaning first in, last out, and last in, first out. Under this approach, the earliest diverted water into storage is assumed to be the last withdrawn, while the most recent diverted water into storage is assumed to be the first water withdrawn from storage. The last diversions to storage are credited to the most junior water right, essentially the water that was last in, and the corresponding storage withdrawal is assigned to that same junior water right following the first out principle. This assignment of water rights priority is for reporting purposes and is not contained in DWR's water rights permits. Next slide, please. Here is a table summarizing the requested supplemental information of the maximum volume, rate, and beneficial use for water prior to December 31st, 2009. For Lake Oroville, the maximum diversion to storage was between September 7th, 1977 and June 11th, 1978 in the amount of 2,629,419 acre feet. The maximum volume for combined delta export of State Water Project water was 4,052,851 acre feet in calendar year 2005. The maximum rate of combined Southern Delta exports as measured at Banks Pumping Plant was recorded on January 20th, 1993. This rate, 10,614 feet per second, cubic feet per second, exceeded the water right permit diversion rate of 10,350 cubic feet per second. It was also exceeded one other time on February 2nd, 2017, where the bank's pumping plant rate was 10,426 cubic feet per second. This exceedance happened 2 days. These two exceedances happened over a course of over 19,000 days the State Water Project has been in operation. Lastly, the bottom two rows provide the maximum annual beneficial use in year for each permit. Next slide, please. DWR has proposed permit term 40, which states in part that DWR will not divert water through the Delta Conveyance project until the State Water Project issues an order, in part or in whole, or denying DWR's time extension request petition. In addition, DWR has implemented a process to track our daily water operations to comply with the State Water Project water rights permit terms. Next slide. And lastly, I will wrap up and report how the Delta Conveyance project operations could change without a time extension. DWR applied a post-processing methodology using the Delta Conveyance project's incidental take permit modeling results presented by Mr. Singh. Through this process, DWR applied the pre-December 31st, 2009 historical maximums to the Delta Conveyance project yield. Based on this analysis, the average annual yield that includes the maximum volumes is 319,000 acre feet as compared to the yield without the maximums of 472,000 acre feet. And with that concludes my summary, the summary of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. White. And I'll turn to you, Ms. Carroll, who is next for summarizing testimony.
That's it for DWR's summary of the testimony.
Great. Thank you. Let's go ahead. It's 10:14. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. It will be our morning break. And then when we return, I'll hand things over to Mr. Boland-Bryan. I will see you at, let's say, 10:25. Thank you. All right, it's 10:25. Welcome back. I will turn first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record? I see you're off mute, but I can't hear you. I'm going to assume that you are because you can't. There we are. Here, I hear
Yes,
you.
we are ready to go, ma'am.
Thank you. With that, I see we have Ms. Carroll. And I'm sorry, will you pronounce your name again for me, please? It's William, Mr. And you have to come off mute, please. You're still on mute, it looks like. There we go.
Sorry, appearing on behalf of DTEC parties. We also had a question about
And I'm sorry to interrupt you. Will you please say your name again? I didn't catch it the first time and I don't want to, please.
No worries. William Ngudake for the DTEC coalition parties.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Then please go ahead.
We just wanted to also ask about the other motion for the extension of the case in chief, and when and how you would like to address that joint motion, if that would be dealt with later on or tomorrow morning, just so we're prepared if we need to come back on to discuss that with you.
I'm planning to address it. I won't address it tomorrow morning. I need to read it more carefully because it just came in relatively recently. I need to read it more carefully. I will plan to address it in writing quickly. I understand that, these deadlines are coming up fast, but not tomorrow morning. So you need not be ready to orally address that issue.
Thank you, hearing officer.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Ms. Carroll, and if we can bring up our witnesses, Ms. White, Mr. Fitzhugh, and Ms. Wu, and then also if we can bring on camera Mr. Boland Bryan for the from the AHO.
And hearing Officer Kinsey, as we do that, I'd like to give an update that we are about to upload the errata that we mentioned this morning. But Ms. White did indicate to me during the brief that if I could give her a moment.
Yes, so just one more added change to my testimony with respect to Mr. Fitzhugh's exhibit, who was revised as well. So it would be page 8, lines 11, 13, and 18. The exhibit number DWR 00312 should be revised to DWR 00312E. And that will be part of my track changes for my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. White. That makes sense. Thank you. Is there anything else? I'll look to the room. Anything else before we get started? Then I will hand things over to Mr. Boland Bryan for your questions for these witnesses.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? So as Hearing Officer Kenzie said, my name is Sam Boland Bryan. I'm a senior engineer with the Administrative Hearings Office. Today, I plan to ask some questions about the materials your office submitted on May 27th. The intent here is to help me and my colleagues on the hearing team correctly understand what was submitted. It's also an opportunity for you to add explanations or clarifications anywhere you think would be helpful. I have some general questions to get us started, and then followed by questions around the data and accounting procedures for specific facilities. I might have follow-up questions, and please feel free to ask me to clarify whenever needed. So that you and the others participating today are aware, this is meant to be a technical discussion to develop a shared understanding of the material. I'm not trying to point out mistakes or provide conclusions about the adequacy of what was submitted. Similar to the caveat noted in your submittal, I might reference the State Water Board's licensing guidance, which was submitted as Exhibit TWR 313. But these references and my questions are not intended to mean this is a licensing procedure. To get started, I had a couple questions for you, Ms. White. I think they're in your wheelhouse, but please let me know if I'm wrong, and Ms. Wu should answer them. I would like to better understand at a high level some of the operational basics of the State Water Project, the SWP, starting with a couple of the terms defined in DWR 311. Ms. Mullen, if you could bring up DWR 311 and go to PDF page 4. And so yeah, that looks good. Just for context, I'd like to get a sense of where measurements of SWP exports occur, and if there are multiple measurement points, how those measurements are put together to determine the total delta SWP export amounts. So here on the page, it says delta SWP export rate and delta SWP export volume. And they refer to the amounts diverted or rediverted through Clifton Court, Bay, Banks Pumping Plant, and Jones Pumping Plant. Ms. White, could you give me a general explanation of how these facilities relate to each other with respect to export activities?
You bet. We schedule exports directly from the Delta through Clifton Court, Bay. And then the Bay is like a regulating reservoir. And then from Clifton Court, we schedule pumping through Banks Pumping Plant, which directly then moves water into the California Aqueduct.
Okay, and then is water moved through the Jones Pumping Plant very often?
It's not very often that we move any state water project water through Jones Pumping Plant.
Okay, thanks. And so the Clifton Court Bay flows aren't additive to the Banks Pumping Plant flows. Water flows first into the Bay and then through the pumping plants.
Correct. They are separate.
And then where do the measurements used for rate and volume of SWP exports occur?
For the purposes of the supplemental information request, we provided, I presume you're still with respect to the export rate and export volume.
Yes.
Did I hear that? Okay. We reported out on Banks Pumping Plant.
Okay, thanks. So I wouldn't need to look at data related to the Bay. And then of those Banks Pumping Plant amounts, that data, how is the amounts pumped under other water rights held by other parties subtracted from the export amounts? So this is pumping under the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's water rights or by third parties?
The water reported through Banks Pumping Plant was solely State Water Project water. That's what we reported out on.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, if you could go to the following page, page 5. Thanks. Regarding the south of Delta reservoirs, so there's San Luis Reservoir, and then there's these 5 other reservoirs. I've heard the term, the phrase terminal reservoirs used to refer to these other 5, which are Lake Del Valle, Pyramid Lake, Castaic Lake, Silverwood Lake, and Lake Paris. Is it okay if I use this term, terminal reservoirs?
As you noted, for the purpose of this line of questioning, I'll presume you are talking about San Luis, Del Valle, Pyramid, Castaic, Paris, and Silverwood.
Everything except San Luis when I say terminal reservoirs.
Okay.
Could you describe how the terminal reservoirs are integrated into SWP operations?
Could we, just to be more specific?
Certainly. So it's kind of, the idea here is to help me get an understanding of how these reservoirs are cycled up and down during each season or year. And that would help me get a sense of the effect of combining all of these south of Delta storage amounts into one number when doing the accounting calculations. So the question is sort of like, are they generally filled and kept full, similar to how a Bay may be operated, or are they cycled up and down fairly frequently?
It would probably be easiest to talk about, generally they are kept more on the full side. I would say for ours, we have a couple reservoirs, say Pyramid and Castaic down in Southern California that we do draw down those reservoirs a bit for our winter operations to provide added storage to manage high inflows into those reservoirs, but they are not official flood control reservoirs. Generally, Paris and Silverwood are kept more on the flat side, meaning that storage is maintained more on the stable, as those like can be used for emergency type water supply. Del Val is a U.S. Army Corps flood control reservoir, so that one will be brought down a little bit just to manage through the flood season. The releases would be and releases out of Del Val would be, especially during the winter time, based upon, real-time conditions as it relates to flood control operations.
Thanks. And so just hearing that kind of explanation, these reservoirs generally follow similar trends in storage condition during the season? So they're kind of drawn down, it sounds like, in the winter months, build around the same time.
Maybe more specific with drawn down, I think, each reservoir is unique in its own purpose and how much it's drawn down. The volume is going to differ depending upon, as I mentioned, Pyramid and Castaic.
Certainly, the volumes. I wasn't asking to kind of hit those numbers exactly. Just general directions. That it sounds like the Pyramid and Castaic are drawn down in the winter. Maybe Del Val as well as flood control operations. But Silverwood and Paris are kept generally flat.
Yeah, there's some inflow, not, outside of San Luis, but there are some inflows at those that come into, say, Silverwood and Silverwood as well. But for the most part, yes, they're held pretty stable.
Okay, thanks. And Ms. Mullen, you can take down the exhibit for now. Moving on to a question about San Luis Reservoir. How does one know how much SWP water is put into storage or withdrawn from storage as opposed to Central Valley Project water in San Luis?
Each project, the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, have our unique shares of available storage dedicated to each project. The max capacity for State Water Project is 1,062,000 acre feet, or 1,062 acre feet. As we schedule water pumped in or generated out of San Luis, that is done by our respective shares and our State Water Project operators, who track on a daily basis how much State Water Project is going into and out of San Luis Reservoir, and that's the same for the Central Valley Project as well.
Okay. And then how are the amounts of SWP water and storage at San Luis tracked over time?
We track on a daily basis.
And so I'm getting towards, there's the measurements of the volumes of water going in, and they must be some parsing based on, there's a singular pumping data. And then there's what you're saying is the scheduling is what helps kind of track how much of that pumping is due to SWP operations versus how much is due to CDP operations.
each project needs to schedule water, but in order to, say, pump water, you need to schedule energy. So there's a power component that is used as well to track that water as well.
Okay, thanks. The next category of questions I had was around data sources. And this is maybe for you, Ms. Wu, but let me know if I've got that wrong. But before diving into your report, I had a few questions about the data sources, and I'd like to walk through the categories of data and try and confirm which ones I would be able to compare to publicly available data sources. And so starting with the first one, Orville storage, which is, I think you submitted in exhibits DWR 315, 318, 321, and 324. Are these values available online somewhere, such as the California Data Exchange Center or CDEC?
Yeah, they should be on available on CDEC, but I would caveat that those data records are preliminary unless we transmit the data from devices. For my report, I rely on the official DWR operations record.
Okay, and the operations records may differ from the information on CDEC?
Potentially.
And do you know how I'd go about figuring out when they differ or not?
You mean from CDEC?
Yeah.
I don't think it's indicated there because those are on QA/QC data.
Okay, I understand. And where should I look for data on the daily SWP export volumes?
It's also available on CDEC.
And are those amounts on CDEC parsed to just the SWP volumes, or is that total pumping?
I believe that's total pumping at banks.
This relates a little to the question I asked Ms. White earlier, but if I had the total pumping amounts available on CDEC, how would I go about determining the amounts that are just SWP export pumping?
We submitted those records in my exhibits. So those data comes from official DWR operations records.
Okay, so is there a place to find the daily SWP export volumes online?
I would say CDEC, they are mostly in the ballpark range if there's no need to correct those. But if you need to, if you need the official records, you can contact our operations office, I believe. Yeah, there's a website, DWR website where you can request those records.
Okay, thank you. Regarding DWR 319, 322, 324, and 326, these are the south of Delta storage data. It looks like that total is a sum of multiple reservoir storage amounts. And is the data used to calculate the daily total south of Delta storage amounts publicly available?
All the daily records for those south of Delta reservoirs are available on CDEC as well. The combined storage, we do take into account travel time. So we assume that it takes 5 days for water to travel from St. Louis to the rest of the terminal. From St. Louis to Silverwood, Harris, Castic, Pyramid. It takes 5 days to travel to those reservoirs. So the combined storage will take into account of travel time.
If I could just add one thing, I'm sorry to interrupt, just for data. We also have a website for Delta operations website that includes daily state water project operational data as well.
Could you say that website again? Sorry.
I'm hearing a feedback. It is the operations and Delta status website, and that provides an overview of project-wide operations, our daily dispatcher water reports, weekly reservoir storage charts, and just Delta status and operations as well. And that is the website that Ms. Wu referred to as far as to, have contacts for the operations reports as well. But there's additional information that's posted, that's publicly available.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. Ms. Wu, that 5-day offset, how would I go about implementing that in a spreadsheet? Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, so when we look at the pumping export volume, we want to evaluate how it affects the south of Delta reservoir storage. So we compare, say, the pumping volume at day 1. So for St. Louis and Davao, we use the same day storage. And then for the rest of the south of Delta storage, we look at the storage levels 5 days later.
Okay, and so the storage levels 5 days later are added to the storage amounts at St. Louis to get the total storage.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, thanks. The next is more about the north of Delta data. Is the Feather River settlement contractor daily delivery data that was used to prepare DWR 317 and 320 available publicly somewhere, or would I need to request that from DWR?
I don't know if they're publicly available. I'll defer to Ms. White if she's somewhere.
On our deliveries within the Oroville complex are also reported on that website as well.
Okay, I'll take a look. Thanks. Ms. Mullen, could you pull up PDF page 12 of DWR 311? Thank you. Right there is perfect. On line 12, it says the calculation of rediverted Oroville water is based on Oroville storage withdrawal after north of Delta deliveries. How would I go about determining the daily amounts of north of Delta deliveries?
Can you point to me which line it is?
Line 12.
So north of Delta deliveries will include the deliveries to the Feather River diverters, our north of Delta contractors, and also deliveries to, or the pumping at Barker Slough pumping plant when term 91 is in effect.
Okay, and for each of those categories, is that data available?
We have, for deliveries, we have, oh, sorry, I forgot to mention the hatchery as well. For the hatchery, it is available on CDEC, the flow. And then for the Feather River diverters, Norfolk Delta contractors, SWP contractors, and so those deliveries numbers I have monthly total. We have operations tables that I rely on. Barker Slough pumping, it is available on CDEC.
Okay. And so those monthly delivery volumes are kind of disaggregated to daily amounts to do the calculations described on this page?
Yes.
Okay. And a last data question. I noticed it was a common practice in DWR's historical progress reports by permittees to include a statement that more detailed information regarding SWP operations is available in Bulletin 132. I was wondering, how did you use Bulletin 132 to help prepare your report?
Can you point to that statement?
Maybe I'll change the. Did you use Bulletin 132? It's noted in progress reports, the annual progress reports that DWR files.
Which time frame? Is it
The older reports
the older reports?
that I was looking at, yes.
Yeah, I recall those. For me, since I started in DWR, I don't recall using those.
Thanks. Now it's getting a bit more into specifics. I'd like to talk about the Feather River permits, which are permits 16478, 16479. Ms. Mullen, could you go to PDF page 8? So here, with respect to evaluating the amount of water put to storage in Oroville, your report mentions the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers determination of the top of conservation pool. Could you describe a little about how the top of conservation pool is determined?
I'll defer to Ms. White on this.
The top of conservation is determined based upon the wetness in this time of year during the flood control operations, and also the wetness index, how wet the basin is, and that's a precipitation parameter that is used to inform how much storage or what that top of conservation is.
Okay.
So the available flood pool required is going to be based upon how wet or dry the conditions are in the Feather Basin. And with the max flood pool required by the U.S. Army Corps' water control manual is 750,000 acre feet. But that, again, will vary based upon the wetness of the watershed.
Okay, thanks. And then how is that, this might be for you, Ms. Wu, or you, Ms. White, but how is that determination incorporated into evaluating how much water was put into storage or withdrawn from storage at Oroville?
Sorry. So the top of conservation pool changes throughout the year, but we track daily top of conservation storage, and our storage is constrained when it comes to calculations of diversion to storage and storage withdrawal. To identify the storage and withdrawal periods consistent with the state board's guidelines, we constrain the storage Oroville storage level at top of conservation storage.
Okay, thanks. So could you walk me through how those considerations were applied to the storage accounting during the 1977, 1978 season for Lake Oroville?
I don't recall specific how the daily records, if it is constrained by the type of conservation or not in that period.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Mullen, could we go to PDF page 16? Looking at, if you could scroll down a little bit, Ms. Mullen, thank you. On line 22 there, it notes that the maximum withdrawals around 963,000, and that some of that water was kind of carried over from prior years. Do you know which years of prior storage conditions at Oroville I'd need to look at to identify that carryover storage that was withdrawn in 2007?
You're referring to the 963,000 acre feet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's happened in the same year. It happens in 2007.
The withdrawal occurs in 2007, but the maximum diversion to storage under that that permit 16478 is 380,000. So I think some of that water, that 960,000, was probably carried over from prior years. I was wondering if you knew which prior years I would need to look at for Oroville storage accounting.
Not on the top of my head right now.
Maybe if you could help me think through it. If I was looking at the data on CDEC, I could kind of just keep stepping backward in years, or how would you go about figuring that out if you were me?
Yeah. So we keep track of both on a daily basis and annual basis. We keep track of diversion to storage balance. So on a daily basis, so if we go through a period of diversion to storage, now we have the total, and then we assign it based on seniority, priority of the water rights, consistent with the state board guidelines. And then when we go through the storage withdrawal period, then we start assigning the storage withdrawal to the different permits based on LIFO, FILO. Hopefully I say that correctly from the according to the state board methodology. So on a daily basis, we keep track of the balance based on diversions to storage and storage withdrawal. And then we assign the storage withdrawal to those permits within the same year. If that balance is fully used, then we start tapping into the diversion to storage balance from prior years, starting from the most recent years, if that makes sense.
That does, thank you. I understand what you're saying. Moving on to direct diversion under the Feather River permits. I was wondering why you didn't attribute any of the diversions to the authorization these permits provide for direct diversion of Feather River water at the Delta pumps. It looks like all of the direct diversion was occurring around the Feather River area near Oroville, but there wasn't any of this permit exercised as a direct diversion from the Delta pumps.
Direct diversion at Delta pumps, we the Feather River permit 16479 does authorize direct diversion from the Delta. So if there's direct diversion, we do attribute it to that permit.
But not permit 16478?
Not in this report, the calculations involved in this report.
Is there a reason why it wasn't attributed to 16478?
It is that permit authorized diversion from the Feather River.
Okay. Could we go to Ms. Mullen to the bottom of page 13, PDF page 13? Ms. Wu, could you walk me through how direct diversion amounts to the senior Feather River diverters are determined? I saw at the bottom of this page 13 that you list a few factors that are considered for when DWR supplements the Feather River diverters with DWR supplies. I was just wondering how those calculations work.
Yeah, so the Feather River diverters, they have senior water rights compared to DWR. And then we also have settlement contracts with them. So based on their underlying water rights, they have we look at their authorized diversion season based on state board information. And then we also look at their diversion limits and their diversion in terms of rate limit and then also volumetric limit. So if the delivery made to the Feather River diverters is outside of their authorized diversion season based on state board information, it's accounted under SWP water rights. And I mentioned the rate limits and volumetric limits. So if the deliveries is in excess of those limits, it's also accounted under SWP water rights.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to mention one factor. We also take into account the available natural flow. So if say in an extreme case, there's no natural flow available, then the deliveries obviously comes out of DWR storage. So it's also accounted under DWR's SWP water rights.
Okay. And how would I go about recreating those calculations? Or it sounds like you had there's a few different criteria there. They kind of ended up with the final number of Feather River direct diversion deliveries. How would I find those other criteria?
The info data is available on CDEC. In terms of the Feather River diverters underlying water rights, those are available on eRIMS, which may be decommissioned now, but I'm sure you have access. And then the deliveries data, I don't know if they're publicly available. I'm not sure. What other factors? Yeah, I think those are all the input you would need.
And then it sounds like you use the availability of natural supplies to parse between whether it was a direct diversion or a delivery of Oroville storage water. Is that right?
Yes. So if inflow is still available based on the deliveries, then if the inflow is available and then it's within Feather River diverters diversion season, and it doesn't exceed their rate limit or volumetric limit, then it's accounted under the Feather River diverters underlying water rights. And if inflow is available and then the delivery is made outside of the diversion window, then it's accounted as direct diversion under DWR water rights or SWP water rights. If inflow is not available and we make that delivery, then it comes out of SWP store water.
Okay. And when you say inflow, it's inflow to Oroville?
Yes.
Got it. Thanks. Moving downstream, I'd like to ask next about the delta export rate and how it's allocated between direct diversion, rediversion of Oroville water, and collection to south of delta storage. Ms. Mullen, if we could go to PDF page 12. And maybe scrolling down a little to line 26, it kind of describes that direct diversion from the delta is determined by subtracting the volume diverted to south of delta storage and the volume of Oroville rediversions from the total export volume. We don't have to scroll to them, but let me know if it's helpful. But your report describes that in 2005, roughly 2.5 million acre feet of direct diversion occurred based on a total export volume of roughly 4 million acre feet, sorry. And in that same time period, roughly 962,000 acre feet of Oroville withdrawal was sent south of the delta. So just grounding us into numbers there that we can look back to later. Could you describe what you considered when making the accounting decision to allocate all of the Oroville storage withdrawal remaining after north of delta deliveries to the south of delta exports, and not attributing some or all of those Oroville storage withdrawals to salinity control or fish and wildlife enhancement beneficial uses? And that was a long question. I can repeat it if it's helpful.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah. Could you describe what you considered when making the accounting decision to allocate all of the Oroville storage withdrawal that remained after north of delta deliveries, allocating that to south of delta exports, not attributing some or all of those storage withdrawals to salinity control or fish and wildlife enhancement beneficial uses?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Go ahead, Ms. Wu.
So on lines 11 and 12, that's the formula that I use to account for the amount of Oroville store water that's rediverted into south of delta. And the amount is constrained by the amount of SWP export volume.
That makes sense. And then if the SWP export volume is greater than what was released from Oroville, then the direct diversion amount is that calculation based on line 26?
It still would, yeah, the same equation will still apply.
Mm-hmm. And so the effect of that that equation on line 12 or 11 and 12 and on 26 is that all water released from Oroville is considered picked up at the delta pumps and exported. Is that correct?
If export is equal to or larger than the amount of Oroville storage withdrawal after north of deltas. deliveries. That would be the case for this report.
Mhm. And then if the export number is larger than what was released from Oroville storage, then the remainder of that export volume would be considered either direct diversion or diversion to south of Delta storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so I guess what that means is there's no, in the accounting framework, there's no water being, of the Oroville releases, there's none of that water is being kind of considered left in stream for salinity control and not exported.
Can you repeat your question?
Sure. The result of kind of 11 and 12, lines 11 and 12 and 26 is that there's no use allocated to salinity control. And I have a couple of examples that might help us like think through it if that's helpful. And what I'm kind of thinking through here is the effect of these calculations on the maximum direct diversion amount that was found to have occurred. It's helpful I can walk through some examples first.
Okay.
And we can think through those together. So a potential alternative accounting is perhaps an end member of what might be possible. I'd be curious for your thoughts on whether it's possible or not. But after subtracting those north of Delta deliveries, what would prevent you from allocating all of the remaining Oroville storage withdrawals to salinity control and fish and wildlife enhancement?
Well, maybe my understanding is our export volume, how much we export from the Delta pumps, it very much depends on the conditions or hydrology surrounding. So yeah, I guess I'm not the person to speak to estimating the amount that we release from storage for salinity purposes.
I could use the numbers just to show you the example, an example of like what this alternative accounting approach would do. I mentioned earlier a maximum export volume of 4 million acre feet, and that it was kind of calculated that 2.5 million acre feet of that was direct diversion. This alternative would increase that direct diversion maximum because you reduced how much of that export volume was attributed to Oroville withdrawals. And so this alternative accounting isn't changing the amounts exported, which we know is measured as, and it's a 4 million acre feet. It's more just coloring that export volume as either direct diversion or Oroville withdrawals. So a second potential alternative, instead of saying all of the Oroville withdrawals are put towards salinity control beneficial use, is to say that a portion of the water that comes from Oroville is used as carriage water, meaning that a portion of those releases from Oroville aid in salinity control during the conveyance of the water from Oroville to the export pumps. And so that portion of water used for salinity control would not be considered exported, but it would still be beneficially used as salinity control. The result of that would be the same as the first example, where maximum direct diversion amount would be higher as a portion of the total export pumping. I'm wondering what factors or circumstances would prevent any that alternative accounting approach from being feasible.
Well, I think if salinity is high, my understanding is we wouldn't pump as much. That's my understanding. So again, back to your alternative example, you're referring to a specific case where export volume is higher than the amount of rediverted water left. So it's my understanding that if the export volume is high, maybe the salinity concern is not controlling. That's my understanding.
And that's helpful. My question is less about kind of what controls maximum exports, but just I think what the accounting procedures your report describes is kind of attributing the export volumes to different types of water rights categories. So in this case, we know what the export amount was. It's 4 million acre feet, but the accounting procedures result in only 2.5 million acre feet of that being direct diversion. So not necessarily getting into how much to export, because we know how much was exported from the measurements. It's more just getting into what was that maximum direct diversion rate. If some of the Oroville releases were attributed to salinity control or fish and wildlife beneficial uses, do you think that would result in a higher direct diversion maximum?
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'd like to request that this alternative accounting that was not used in this report be provided by the AHO in writing. It's a rather complicated hypothetical, and there's a lot of factors that we're not considering related to different types of hydrology. And it's a little bit unfair, I believe, for the witness to be answering these off the cuff when this is not related to the methodology that she used in her report.
I think that's fair, Ms. Morris. We can articulate this I guess, alternate accounting possibility. I mean, I think what we're trying to get to the bottom of is whether it is a legitimate alternate possibility. And just to Mr. Bull and Brian and I have had conversations about this, and to be as transparent as possible, it appeared, without coming to any conclusions, it appeared that possibly the methodology employed by Ms. Wu and others maybe potentially, I don't want to say underestimated, but maybe was provided a low number on direct diversion using this accounting methodology, and we wondered if there was an alternate in which there would be a higher number actually on direct diversion, and whether a conscious choice was made to go in this direction. But maybe it is the case that the salinity conditions, it wouldn't happen. But we can, I know your point was just to have this in writing. We can certainly attempt to do that. And if we need follow-up after giving Ms. Wu a chance to consider this offline, that's fair. And we will attempt to do that.
It also calls really for some legal guidance, and that's why we did this following the state board's guidelines, because there's a lot of potential calculations, and this is not a licensing proceeding, as noted, and this was meant to inform the AHO's request and only the AHO's request. And we believe this is a solid number and the methodology is solid. And it could change with different calculations, yes, but it does demonstrate what the DCP yield would be. And so getting into these hypotheticals that in a non-licensing proceeding and without having the advantage of the hypothetical and the different hydrologies, it does seem a little bit out of the scope of what the AHO requested.
We can, I mean, frankly, I'm surprised because we're proposing that possibly the number should be bigger. But I shouldn't say we are proposing. It's exploring, trying to get down to the bottom of the numbers. I will certainly provide it to you in writing. If there's concerns about, I think we may have reached the, I mean, Ms. Wu now has had a chance to think about it. To the extent that Ms. Wu can't answer on the fly, that's fair enough. And we will see if we need to follow up. It was, but we will articulate this hypothetical in writing. I think that's fair enough, and we can do that, and we will share that with you as soon as possible, given the constraints of our hearing day today.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks. And I think we need to, I'll turn back to Mr. Boland, Brian. I think we need to possibly reorient ourselves after that break. And hopefully my explanation was useful and not confusing. But I'll turn back to you, Mr. Boland, Brian.
No, it wasn't confusing, and sorry if the hypothetical is confusing. Maybe I'll just end with just confirming where we started. That using the accounting methodology here described on the screen, that none of the Oroville releases are contributing to, from a water rights accounting standpoint at least, not being allocated to the beneficial uses of salinity control or fish and wildlife. Is that correct?
No, I disagree.
Okay. Could you help me understand where in the calculations that beneficial use is noted?
Because we captured storage lease from Oroville. And if it's not rediverted, then part of the storage release is attributed to, or I should say part of the storage release does cover the use for salinity control or flow requirements.
I see. So when the export volume is less than what was released at Oroville, the remainder goes to salinity control.
That's right.
And when the export number is higher than Oroville releases, all of the Oroville releases, after accounting for north of Delta deliveries, all of that Oroville release is attributed to the Delta export.
Can you ask that again?
When the export volume is larger than the Oroville releases, this accounting procedure results in all of the Oroville releases going to export pumping. Is that right?
It also goes to north of Delta purposes.
Yeah.
But the remaining is captured in export. That's an assumption for this report.
Thank you. That's helpful. And thank you for your patience walking through that. Moving on to the South Delta storage. We talked about it. I think we've already talked about this, but how the storage in these 6 reservoirs is added together, and that's what the that's what the total south of delta storage value is. It's a reflection of incorporating a 5-day travel time, but what the cumulative volume in the 6 reservoirs is. San Luis and the 5 other terminal reservoirs. Based on Ms. White's explanation of how 5 terminal reservoirs are operated, do you think accounting for the potentially differing fluctuations in storage at each location would change the calculations of the amounts collected to storage or withdrawn from storage?
Can you elaborate on counting on fluctuations?
So with the amounts being combined into one south of delta storage value, there may be independent fluctuations, for example, at each of the reservoirs. And I was wondering what if you thought that would affect the calculation, those fluctuations, that would affect the calculations of the amounts diverted to storage south of delta. With respect to the LIFO accounting methodology.
I cannot think of factors that would affect the calculations.
Ms. Mullen, can we go to the bottom half, page 12 again? PDF page 12. There. And so for San Luis Reservoir, your method notes removing the San Luis Creek inflows as part of determining the collection of the south of delta storage amounts. I was wondering, how were local inflows or other sources of supply accounted for at the terminal reservoirs?
Want to start from San Luis?
I think San Luis is described. There's San Luis Creek. It's a local inflow, but for the other 5.
So we also have the department also hold water rights for Silverwood Lake and Pyramid and Castic to divert local flows. But we also have agreements with downstream users to pass the natural inflow into those reservoirs to downstream users.
Okay, and is that reflected in the calculations of total south of delta storage somehow?
For this report, we track the actual storage in those reservoirs. The assumption is that we're essentially passing through the local inflow to downstream water users.
I see. Okay, thank you. And now I'd like to turn to a few questions about exhibit DWR 312. That sort of fits you. I think these are more in your wheelhouse. Thank you for providing these exhibits. I thought they were well organized and easy to read. Ms. Mullen, could you bring up PDF page 4 of exhibit 312? And if you could scroll down to table 1, Mr. Fitzhughes, table 1 identifies 4 limits that were used to assess how DCP operations might be affected. Could you explain why you chose those parameters to use for your analysis?
So these were in 3 cases, the historical maximums under certain permits, and then in 1 case, the permit, the maximum amount that could be diverted under the permit for the 2nd row, and there's a footnote that describes where that came from. But these are the historical maximums and permit limits that could affect operations.
Okay. And do you think there are any other maximums identified in Ms. Wu's report that could affect DCP yield?
I guess I'm not sure.
An example is the beneficial use amounts or maximums. What you have, and the third row there is direct deliveries. But that wasn't necessarily one of the items.
Right.
So identified.
Yeah, so maybe can I just go through these? So the first one was the maximum historical diversions under 2 water rights that governs diversions of storage to Oroville in that water year that's described 77 to 78. The second one, as I said, is described in the footnote, but it's basically the maximum amount that's allowed under the 3 permits to govern diversions south of the storage. And then the third one was a number that was given to be by Miss Wu, and it's in her report, but I think she should describe in more detail what that represents. And then the fourth one was a historical maximum for total exports that is in response to one of the requests, information requests.
Ms. Wu, you don't have to explain how we got to direct diversion south of the Delta. We just spent some time on that topic. I was just more asking you, Mr. Fitzhugh, if these are the parameters you think are best for modeling how operations would be limited.
As far as I know, they are. If there were other potential limits, I could talk about what the effect might be, but as far as I know, these are the ones that would have the most effect.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Mullen, could we go to page 6, PDF page 6? So this is table 3. And so the analysis predicts that direct diversions and exports would exceed the historical maximums, both with and without DCP operations. I was wondering, Mr. Fitzhugh, what do you think are the reasons that the analysis shows that the diversions, like here on table 3 in the baseline scenario, are higher than what was observed using Ms. Wu's calculations?
So CalSim does not, so her calculations are based on historical diversions. CalSim does not actually represent historical operations. We're showing a number of years here because the way we run the model is we run it for 100 years and it's based on, we use the hydrology from those years. But the actual operational rules and the regulations and even the demands are not what happened in those historical years. So all these years are in the past. So that's the reason that you may see some differences here between what happened in a historical year. The other couple things that I'll mention is that CalSim is not a predictive tool, and this has been outlined in some of the other testimony on this panel in previous panels. So, and in particular, it should not be used for trying to predict in an absolute sense the value of a result in a particular year. So that add that to that, there is variability between how CalSim works and how actual real-time operations work. You could have, say, unique circumstances that happen in a particular year that wouldn't be represented in CalSim.
Okay, thank you. And so, I mean, that it's a modeling analysis of the historical record, and that you mentioned hydrology was used. Could you remind me, was that hydrology, it was adjusted for climate change? Is that right?
So in these models, the hydrology was called adjusted historical, and it represents basically the 100-year hydrologic record has been adjusted to represent the the impact of climate change that has occurred in the last 30 years. So essentially the last 30 years on the model run are the same as historical, but prior to that, there's adjustments made to incorporate whatever effects have happened from climate change in the last 30 years.
Okay, thanks. And then the demand that was used was it historical demand, or was it, could you describe what demand was used?
Which demand are you talking about specifically?
So the calcium demands that were kind of used to drive deliveries.
So for like table A contractors.
Yeah.
Right. So we use full table A amounts. So it's not based on historical demands. We use the full table A amounts. And then that's for the table A deliveries, and that would cover also Article 56 water that gets carried over to the following year. And then there are Article 21 demands in there as well, which are based those are based, I believe, roughly on historical data, but I would actually have to go back and research that a little bit to give you all the details.
Okay, thanks. Maybe jumping to a specific year at the risk of another example. If we look at 2006, that third column number 3, it's roughly 3.9 million acre feet of direct diversions. But in that year, from Ms. Wu's analysis, the direct diversions were around 2.5 million acre feet. Could you help me think through why that might be so different?
I don't really know. I have not been involved in comparing CalSim results to actual historical data. Clearly, there's a pretty large difference there. So it could be due to demands. I seem to remember back in the early 2000s when I started working on CalSim, we actually used historical demands and not full table A. So since full table A is in there now, that would be bigger potentially. But again, all these things I'm saying I would have to confirm. I don't know exactly. That's one that kind of jumps out at me.
Certainly.
But again, it's an individual year, and CalSim is not designed to reproduce operations in individual years, even if it had all the right demand and regulation assumptions, which would also be different. So that's another potential issue, is that CalSim used for annual averages, and then also we use it for, the best use of it is for comparative analysis, and that is at what we're doing in the end result here. So to look at individual years in absolute sense is not the best use of the model.
Absolutely. I understand that. Is it true that I was looking at DWR 329, and it seemed like CalSim doesn't parse between these water rights accounting categories, so that part of your post-processing, is it true that part of your post-processing analysis was to use the CalSim results to determine the delta direct diversion amounts?
That's correct.
And I was wondering, Ms. Wu, the columns, the first, second, and third columns here were based on calculations of monthly outputs from CalSim. So it's one value per month, just how CalSim was built, and your accounting calculations are based on daily data. How do you think the difference of using monthly data, daily data would affect the kind of these annual direct diversion amounts?
I don't know.
How would you go about answering that question if you had, we don't know off the fly. I totally understand that, but how would you go about evaluating that?
I think that's just how it is with calcium modeling, that it's done in a monthly step. It can be lower, it can be higher than compared to daily. So yeah, I'm not a calcium modeling expert, so I can't speak to that.
I guess it's with intra-month variations in storage amounts, or your accounting procedure. Do you think that could increase or decrease an estimate of direct diversions? Because oftentimes the daily data will fluctuate up and down within a month, but I'm not sure if that would affect the final numbers. What do you think?
Yeah, using daily, we have a higher resolution that may capture more diversion. So by applying the limit using the daily, I feel like it would be more restrictive by using the daily result and applying it here.
Mr. Fitzhugh, do you think that difference between monthly and daily could be why some of these values in column 3 are higher than what was observed?
That seems possible, but I really am not at all familiar with the daily calculation, so I can't say other than that.
Certainly, I understand that. I guess a question for all three of you, just to close, is if any of you can think of other reasons why the modeled amounts for direct diversions are higher than the accounting calculations. Mr. Fitzhugh, maybe I'll just close with you. Any other thought? It's just to reiterate what we've gone through. There's slightly different hydrology. The demands are table A instead of the actual historical deliveries, and potentially these difference between a monthly accounting and a daily accounting of direct diversion determinations.
Right, and one other possibility for the column 1, those 2 years that are red are coming out of a dry year and going into a very wet year. And this is pretty well documented at calcium. We don't implement discretionary operations in droughts, and we do end up with storage that's typically lower in the drought than would historically occur. And then also that's a historical difference going back to 77 would be quite different in terms of regulations. So the storage operations in droughts might be another reason.
Okay. Thanks. That's helpful to know. I guess one last question just to clarify what we're generally seeing here, though, on table 3 is that it looks like the direct diversion limit is most frequently what results in a reduction in SWP exports. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's definitely true.
And then in column 9, there's kind of those 4 highlighted cells. In those years, they're highlighted because because total export reductions needed to be reduced down to the maximum historical of roughly 4 million acre feet. Is that right?
Yeah, it's because even if you adjust based on what came up in column 3, you still are above the 4042. So then you have to make a further reduction to 4042.
Okay. That's all the questions I had. I really appreciate all 3 of you bearing with me today and helping me better understand what was submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Bull and Brian. I had one follow-up question based on the discussion. And then what I'd like to do is go around the virtual room and get estimates of time, and then we'll go to a lunch break. But I had my one follow-up question. I think this is for you, Ms. Wu, but I welcome anyone else to jump in. I just wanted to confirm what I thought I understood or heard was, and this is with respect to permit 16478. And my understanding, Ms. Wu, is that you stated that for purposes of the accounting, no direct diversion from the delta was attributed to 16478. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain again why that is based on your understanding?
Because permit 16478 authorizes diversion from the Feather River, but not from the delta channels.
So for purposes of the accounting and the methodology employed by the accounting, that was based on the understanding that water diverted, either directly diverted or diverted to storage from the delta, could not be attributed to 16478. Is that another way of stating it?
For the purpose of this report, that's how we account for it.
That's helpful. No, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. That was my one follow-up question. Thank you very much. And thank you to all three of you for being here today and tomorrow. With that, I will look to the room. And I don't know, well, maybe I should go in some order. Let's see. I will first look to Mr. Krieger for the state water contractors. Do you intend to have questions for these witnesses?
We may, Hearing Officer Kenzie, we're evaluating that. I don't expect that if we do, that we would need more than 15 to 25 minutes.
Thank you. And then I'll look to the Bureau as if there's a representative from the Bureau. I'm not sure if we have one here. Please raise your hand. Otherwise, I will go to the hands raised. If looking to the hearing team, can you please elevate Ms. Moscow? Good morning.
Good morning. Ellen Moskal for Sacramento County et al. We expect that we have about an hour and a half of questions, and we are prepared to go this afternoon.
Thank you.
I do have estimates from other protestants that they provided earlier today. I don't know whether those estimates have changed based on the questions that have already been asked.
Why don't we go through the estimates that you have, and then I'll look to see if there were any changes, significant changes that anyone would like to make. But if you would, please, that would be helpful.
Perfect. So I have Chris Schutz with 1 to 1.5 hours, and North Delta Water Agency with about 30 minutes. And then the other protestants, I believe, all request to go tomorrow. OSHA Reserve, I do not have an estimate for. Roger Moore with about 30 minutes. South Delta and Central Delta Water Agencies with about 30 to 45 minutes. And then Placer County and EID would like to reserve 15 to 20 minutes if necessary to follow up on direct or other cross testimony.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then I will look to the room. Are there any other parties who would like to ask questions of these witnesses or any revisions to the estimates? If we can please elevate Mr. Schutz. Good morning, Mr. Schutz.
Good morning, Ms. Kenzie. The estimates for my time are correct, and I'm prepared to go this afternoon. I'd request perhaps that we have a somewhat long lunch, maybe if we start at 1. That would give me a little more time to digest some of the things I heard this morning, and I'd appreciate that. Also, Ms. Desjardins may or may not have questions. She hasn't been well, and so I honestly don't know. I did receive a communication last night that she'd been under the weather, and so there may be an interest on her part of going tomorrow.
Thank you. And I see Ms. Desjardins is here, but before I turn to her, Ms. Meserve, did you want to jump in?
Thank you, hearing officer. I was just going to add, I think I have about 30 minutes of questions. Due to, a very short amount of time and a lack of ability to get real full input from experts and whatnot, we had asked for the cross to be deferred. And I guess at the least, it sounds like there may be an opportunity to bring back these witnesses later, which especially with the changes made orally, and which maybe will be available to us, it's just a lot to take in quickly. And so I am concerned about whether, myself or others are going to be able to fully examine, what's been put forth today. Thanks.
Noted. Thank you, Ms. Meserve.
I also wanted to add, if you don't mind, I omitted DTEC from my list, but they do have questions that they would like to ask tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you. Ms. I think Mr. I wrote it down. Kukoki, please.
Thank you, hearing officer. We would also like to reserve 30 minutes tomorrow. We may not necessarily need all, depending on where the questioning goes, but we would like to reserve that for DTEC.
Thank you. Ms. Desjardins, good morning.
Yeah, I was able, I have been having health problems and I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning, but I would like to reserve 45 minutes. I will see if I'm well enough. It does take a fair amount to analyze the calcium code, and I really don't have time to do that. But some of the questions and some of the answers, I would like to look in the calcium code, and I think I have the ability to help find more definitive questions. But again, I join in a request to add an additional hearing day to allow adequate time to examine the model, given all this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And if you would, just to follow up, would it be, in terms of timing, would you prefer to ask your questions, if possible, tomorrow? I don't know if we'll get to the afternoon, we may, but what would be the best timing given that you aren't well and you have a doctor's appointment, which is important? So what do you think would be best?
Yeah, I was actually in the emergency room on the weekend, so ongoing health problems. But the best thing would be for me to I can see if I can get something together by tomorrow. Frankly, it's going to be difficult. If there are hearing days after tomorrow where I could question these witnesses, that would be optimal. Thank you.
Thank you. Understood. Ms. Auftenberg, if we can elevate Ms. Auftenberg to panelist status. Good morning. Good morning, and thank you. I know I cold called on you a bit. So
yes, I just wanted to reply to that. We were deep in sidebar, and then somebody texted me that I'd been called on. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we were here and watching. And if your basic question is, do we have questions?
That was the question, yes.
I just want to confirm that we do not. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Ms. Carroll, please.
I just wanted to clarify that the edits that we submitted this morning are very limited and mostly typos and errata. They are not substantive and shouldn't really change the testimony and evidence we've provided. Also, just for Ms. Desjardins' benefit, the calcium code is the same that we submitted back in February, so nothing is new.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carroll. And I also should confirm, or I am confirming that we received, let's see, it looks like DWR 310E, DWR 312E, 311 errata, and those have all now been moved over to the FTP site so that others have those available to them. So you should see that reflected. I am inclined, it sounds like there might be some benefit to everyone to taking a full, at least, well, to go till 1 o'clock and reconvene at 1 o'clock. It sounds like we have time to do that. But before we break for lunch, is there anything else that we should address? Great. Then with that, I will see all of you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, welcome back. It's 1:02. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Wonderful, thank you. And we are picking up after lunch on June 10th, and these are hearing days with respect to the proposed Delta Conveyance project. And we are hearing from DWR's witnesses about the historical use calculations for the SWP permits. I am looking at my list. I think where we left off, we completed questions from the Administrative Hearings Office, and I'm looking to, I believe, Ms. Moskal, and you are on camera, as I understand, to pick up with questions for these witnesses. Before we do, are there any other matters that we should address? And then, Ms. Moskal, is it my understanding that you're going first? You're on camera, so I assumed that.
That's correct.
Okay, wonderful. Then with that, if I can have our witnesses on camera, and we have Ms. Carroll, that's necessary also. That's great. It's good you're here. And I'm just looking to Ms. White. Great. Looks like we have our witnesses. We have Ms. Carroll. And with that, I will turn things over to you, Ms. Moskal.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Ellen Moskal for Sacramento County et al. I would like to start with a few questions for Ms. White. I don't know.
Hold on one moment. She's trying to fix her video.
Okay, thank you. I'll take this moment to say that I think the order after me is going to go C-SPA and then North Delta Water Agency. Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. White. Thanks for being here today. Is everything working on your end now? I don't think that I could hear your audio.
We couldn't hear you. Yeah, I think there's still an audio problem, Ms. White.
There we go.
Perfect. All right. So earlier, Mr. Boland Bryan asked you several questions regarding the measurement of flows for the rate and volume of Delta exports. You confirmed that those measurements are taken at the Banks pumping plant, correct?
Correct.
So does DWR collect those measurements using meters?
That's my understanding. We have meters at Banks pumping plant to capture that data.
Okay. And how are the measurements documented?
We have databases. We have daily dispatcher reports that are posted online, and operations data that data is captured.
Okay, thank you. So that is all that I have for you, Ms. White. I do have some questions for Ms. Wu, and I will also have some questions for Mr. Fitzhugh. Okay, so good afternoon, Ms. Wu. Ms. Mullen, could you please... Did I hear something?
No, I think it was just the background noise.
Got it. Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up Ms. Wu's testimony, GWR 311E, and scroll to PDF page 14.
Sorry, I think this is the wrong exhibit. I think Ms. Moskal asked for E, and this was the one that is not the one that was submitted this morning.
Was it E2 that was submitted before lunch?
On the cover page, it should say E, and the one that was pulled up does not. Thank you.
The file title said E, but
it did.
See.
That was the one that was submitted before, where the tables were wonky, and we had submitted that. I can't remember what day at this point, so I won't speculate.
So this is not it.
This is not it. There's another one that was what was in the folder this morning. That's 311E, Blue report, I think it might say E2 in the title.
We may need a moment. There may have been some confusion on our end, so we'll figure this out. I appreciate your patience. We're sorting it out backstage, if you will.
Thank you. I would start my questions, but I'm going to refer to specific numbers, and I don't want her to have to go off of her recollection.
Here we go. We should have it up shortly. There we have it.
Great. So PDF page 14, please. All right. So here it says that you determined that the maximum diversions to storage at Oroville in any given year was 2,629,418 acre feet. That is in line 7, correct?
That's correct.
And that occurred between September 1977 and June 1978.
Correct.
So determine the amount diverted to storage. You employed the methodology from the State Board's Process of Water Right Licensing Guidelines, which was an exhibit DWR 313, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Ms. Mullen, if we could please scroll to PDF page 7 now. And scroll down a little bit so that we can see the rest of 2 there. Perfect. So as shown on this page, this methodology from the guidelines differentiates between volumes of water that are held in storage for 30 days or more and volumes of water that are held in storage for less than 30 days, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if a given volume of water is held in storage for 30 days or more, then it constitutes initial storage or refill storage collection, right?
In general, that's correct. I would just clarify that the 30-day rule, according to the State Water Board's guideline, only applies to refill storage, not initial storage.
Thank you for the clarification. So if water is held in storage for more than 30 days, then it is considered to be diverted to storage, right?
Correct.
And then if a given volume of water is held in storage for less than 30 days, it is regulatory storage, correct?
If it's within the refill period, then it's considered regulated storage.
Okay. So I just want to clarify something relating to the terms. Here under 2C, you refer to the segment between G1 and H as regulatory storage. But in the graph above, the color and the key that corresponds to that segment is labeled regulatory collection. Are you using regulatory collection and regulatory storage interchangeably? And if not, I'll just let you answer that part first.
Can you repeat the numbers or the segments labels? G1, you mentioned G1 to H?
G1 to H, yes. Under
That's
2C, yeah, that's regulatory storage. But then in the figure on the key, it seems to be labeled regulatory collection rather than regulatory storage.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I've seen that those terms used interchangeably within the state board guidance document. So
Okay.
I interpreted the same.
Okay, thank you. So moving on now, if water is held in storage for less than 30 days and is continually diverted, then it was not diverted to storage, but instead it was considered to be directly diverted, correct?
Again, yeah, if they are within the refill period and held less than 30 days, then it is considered direct diversion.
Okay. And this graph doesn't show, though, whether a volume of water was withdrawn continually such that it would qualify as direct diversion, right?
I believe the purple segments, the difference indicate the volume.
Okay. So a volume of water, which was held in storage for less than 30 days, and it was continually diverted, such that it qualifies as direct diversion with the caveats you mentioned before. That could also qualify as regulatory storage, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the guidelines also include the LIFO-FILO methodology you referenced to this morning. I also hope that I'm saying that correctly. To determine which volume of water is being collected, held, and withdrawn, correct?
Correct.
And if we could please scroll to PDF page 9. Thank you. So here it explains that the LIFO-FILO methodology assumes that the last volume of water that flows into a reservoir is the first volume to flow out. And conversely, the first volume of water that flows into a reservoir is considered to be the last volume to flow out. You would agree with that representation?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you. So when determining how much water was diverted to storage at Oroville in that 1977 to 78 period, did you exclude direct diversions that also qualified as regulatory storage?
If you scroll to Ms. Mullen, if you can scroll to that figure 4, which is on page 12.
I believe it's PDF page 14, report page 12.
Thank you. So we, based on the daily storage data from Oroville, we classify the storage and withdrawal categories consistent with the state board guidelines. So the 2.6 million acre feet consists of initial storage, the 2.5 initial acre feet of initial storage, and the 104,000 acre feet refill storage collection. And it doesn't include regulatory collection.
Okay, thank you. You also anticipated where I was headed. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll it or zoom in a little bit on this figure? A little more would be helpful. Okay. So this illustrates how you differentiated between storage components. I'm just going to go through this key here on the side. The pink and the green parts of the line represent different types of diversions to storage, correct?
Correct.
And the purple part of the line represents regulatory collection.
Correct.
Black is for storage withdrawal, and then blue is regulatory withdrawal.
Correct.
Okay. So I am not sure whether we're going to be able to accomplish this with the screen sharing. But if we could zoom in a little bit more on the parts of the line that are between March and September of 1978, that would be great. Thank you. Do you see any parts? Oh, wait a second. There we go. Could you scroll down a little again so that we can see roughly where we are looking at for the beginning of the period? Okay, so for March of 1978, let's scroll up. Looks like that's about where that little peak is, where the peak turns from pink to black. So starting from that point, do you see any parts of the line that are labeled blue for regulatory withdrawal?
Can't see it from this graph.
Yeah. Upon my very close examination on my own computer screen, I think I noted one very small dot of blue. That is as you're approaching the peak there, but I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to see that here with any specificity. But would you be comfortable representing that there are no significant blue sections on this portion of the graph?
I'm okay with that from the graph.
Okay, thank you. So do you agree that according to this graph, peak storage occurred around June to July? And we might need to scroll out a little bit to confirm that. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So it looks like it's above maybe the June 9th. Corresponds pretty closely to where the peak occurred. Would you agree with that?
In my report, I do specify the storage period, which is from September 7th, 1977 to June 11, 1978.
Yes. And the peak, it looks like, in storage is around June 9th.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yes.
Okay.
June 11, yeah, it's close to June 9.
Okay, thank you. So since the LiPo-Philo assumption is that the last volume of water in is the first volume out, doesn't that mean that at least some of the water that was collected in summer 1978 near that peak time of storage as we approach the peak was not held in storage for 30 days?
So it goes back to where the 30-day rule apply. According to the State Board guidelines, it only applies to the refill period. So in this case, the pink, which is initial storage, is the majority of the collection. So that's why the 30-day rule does not apply to the pink line.
Okay, thank you. So the data that underlies the graph in this figure 6 and your determinations are contained in the exhibit DWR 315, right?
I have to check.
If we scroll or if we zoom out, it might say it in the exhibit as well. I'm not 100%
Yes,
sure.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So DWR 315 only contains daily storage volume data, correct? And maybe Ms. Mullen, it would be helpful if you would pull it up. 315. Thank you. So Ms. Wu, this exhibit does only contain daily storage volume data, right?
Yes,
So it does not.
daily storage with respect to each day.
And it does not contain any inflow data, daily storage collections, right?
Our storage collection is calculated based on storage levels. So that figure 4 that we just looked at is plotted out based on the daily storage levels presented in this exhibit.
Isn't it correct, though, that storage volume data alone doesn't show how much water was specifically collected or withdrawn on a given day?
No, I would say yeah, again, the storage collection is based on storage levels.
But just to go through an example here, these are going to be wildly inaccurate numbers. Say that you have 100,000 acre feet one day, and the next day you have 120,000 acre feet. That doesn't necessarily tell you whether a specific amount of water, that difference, 20,000 acre feet, was added within that day period, does it? It just gives you the overall balance of any inflows and outflows.
The storage change is first of all, the storage levels is the first input, and then we analyze the storage change. And then based on, depending on which period we're in, consistent with the State Board guideline, whether it's initial storage or whether we're in refill, depending on which storage period we're in, then we capture that difference, the storage difference accordingly.
Okay.
So the inflow will have an impact on storage levels, but by looking at the storage differences, we'll be able to parse out storage collection or withdrawal.
But you're only parsing out the total change in volume, not the exact amount that was collected or withdrawn.
The total change in volume informs the amount that's collected or withdrawn.
So it's correct, though, that DWR did not provide any specific storage collection data, isn't it?
I would say this is the specific storage collection data that we rely on to produce figure 4 and the associated analysis.
Okay, but moving back to my example, and I promise we'll move on quickly now. If you're going from 100,000 to 120,000, isn't it true that it could either be that 20,000 acre feet was added within that day, or that, say, 30,000 acre feet was added and 10,000 acre feet was withdrawn? And I know these are unrealistic numbers, but just for the ease of the math.
Okay. I see where you're coming from. We look at the net changes that informs collection or withdrawal.
Okay. So just to close this out, DWR did not provide collection or withdrawal data separate from these daily storage volumes.
The storage levels already takes into account, or is a reflection of how much is taken in and how much is going out. So the storage levels reflects and captures the inflows and outflows.
But you did not submit or consider the specific inflow and outflow data, only the daily changes in volume?
Because it's not needed to perform the analysis that's consistent with the state board guidelines. This, the storage levels would be what we need to do that kind of analysis.
Okay. So I'm going to move on now to request number 4. Ms. Mullen, if we could please return to the most recent version of GWR 311, PDF page 22. All right, thank you. So if you could scroll down a little bit. So for request number 4, your response on the supporting analysis for permit number 16482 is contained on PDF pages 22 to 23. Is that right? We can scroll down a little bit if that helps. The next page.
I think you're referring to figure 10 as we're looking.
Yes, I am.
Oh,
sorry.
That's for permit 16481.
Okay, so I'm just going to move along to the next question. For permit 16482, you determined that the maximum beneficial use under the permit listed here on line 3 was 1,213,608 acre feet, correct?
That's correct.
And that occurred in calendar year 1981.
Correct.
So this determination is based on the amount of water that was withdrawn from south of Delta storage under that permit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to figure 11, please. I think it's on the next page. Thank you. So is this an illustration of the amount of water that was withdrawn from south of Delta storage, correct?
The black line would indicate storage withdrawal from south of Delta.
Thank you. And could we please scroll in a little bit, Ms. Mullen, or zoom in? Thank you. Perfect. So here it says that the total storage withdrawals were 1,385,808 acre feet, correct?
Correct.
And 1,213,608 acre feet of that total you assigned to permit 16482, right?
That's right.
So for an amount of water to be withdrawn from storage under a given permit, the same amount of water must have been previously collected to storage under that same permit, correct?
That's correct.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to year of collection.
In a given year, or in the given year or a prior year. But I think I got my answer. Have you provided any evidence or analysis to demonstrate that that number, 1,213,608 acre feet, had been diverted to storage under permit 16482, either in 1981 or in a prior year?
Can you repeat your question again?
Sure. So have you provided any evidence or analysis to demonstrate that 1,213,608 acre feet had been diverted to storage under permit number 16482, either in 1981 or a prior year?
So this is 1981. So we, in exhibit DWR 00326, we provided storage levels for south of Delta storage, which is used to generate this graph. For storage levels prior to this year, those storage data is available, is public available data. And then regarding how much is assigned to this permit, we rely on the principle of accrediting the diversion to the most senior water rights first based on priority dates, consistent with the state board guidelines.
So you mentioned Exhibit 326. That also only contains daily storage volume data, though, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't contain any storage collection data.
The storage data is used to generate this graph here, which provides an analysis of how much is diverted to storage and how much is withdrawn in calendar year 1981.
Okay. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about beneficial use. Could we move on to PDF page? Oh, I think we're already on PDF page 23. I think. Can we scroll out a little bit, please? Thank you. Okay. So you treat 100% of that roughly 1.2 million acre feet that was withdrawn from SOD storage in 1981 under permit 16482 as having been applied to beneficial use, correct?
That's how it's accounted for this report.
Did you reduce that amount to account for any conveyance or other types of losses?
No, I did not for this report.
And you assume that once it's withdrawn from South of Delta storage, it was applied to an authorized beneficial use, meaning a beneficial use authorized by the permit terms by DWR or its contractors, correct?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion, Ms. Wu, you can answer within your area of expertise.
That's how it's accounted for for this report, for AHO's request.
Okay. Could we go back up now to PDF page 4, please, Ms. Mullen? So here you define beneficial use as water applied to an authorized purpose under a water rights permit, and explain that you calculate the amount based on storage withdrawals and direct diversions, correct?
That's what it says.
Great. And then you state that the authorized purposes include irrigation, domestic, municipal, industrial, salinity control, recreational, fish and wildlife, and incidental power, right?
Right.
Great. Okay, we're going to move along now to PDF page 16, please. Okay, so I'd like to discuss maximum beneficial use under the other permits. So for permit numbers 16478, 16479, and 16481, the years with maximum beneficial use occurred in years between 2005 and 2007, correct?
Correct.
Great. So now, talking about the water you reported was applied to beneficial use under those permits, do you know what specific uses the water was put to?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted.
I don't think that it calls for a legal conclusion. I'm just asking if you know the uses the water was used for.
Right, and the objection's noted to the extent beneficial use is being used as a legal term of art. I'm not sure that, sounds like you're not, but with the understanding that Ms. Wu's response, as I understand it, would not go to that issue.
Can you be specific to which permit?
Let's start with 16478. Do you know what uses the water that you reported to be applied to beneficial use was put to?
So for 16478, the Feather River direct diversion would be used for M&I, irrigation, fish and wildlife. I think for this permit, it will be all the uses I listed, except for incidental power.
Okay, thank you. What about for 16479?
Can you scroll down, please, Ms. Nolan, to permit 16479?
I think it'll be on the next page, possibly. Or more pages. Let's keep going. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you. For this permit, I think it'll possibly include all of the uses that I listed.
Okay. So am I correct that you're basing your answers just on the approved uses that are listed in this document?
The calculations for beneficial use, we include the uses that I defined in my report and also the uses, which is consistent with the uses identified in our permits.
Okay. So to your knowledge, has DWR submitted any evidence in this proceeding that demonstrates the actual beneficial use that the water was put to, rather than the uses that are authorized in the permits?
Rather than the uses that are authorized in the permits. I don't think I understand that question. Can you rephrase?
Yeah, let me think. So say a permit authorizes uses A, B, and C. I'm asking if you know of any evidence submitted in the proceeding that says, yes, it was actually applied to A, B, and C, or maybe it was actually only applied to A and B. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's helpful. The numbers calculated here are based on the guidance from the state board guidelines, which is direct diversion and the storage withdrawal that's put to beneficial use.
Okay. Do you know whether DWR documents any reported uses by the state water project contractors?
We have delivery amounts for our state water project contractors.
Do those specify the specific uses that they are putting those volumes of water towards?
I don't know if we have document that specify the specific uses, but depending on who they are, the contractors, you can it will inform what type of use it is. For example, if it's an M&I user versus an agricultural user, that will help inform the uses.
Okay. So it would be correct to say then that DWR has not submitted any evidence in this proceeding that says, say, X number of acre feet under a permit were used for agriculture or M&I or any other specific beneficial use?
Not for the purpose of this report.
Okay. Do you know whether any of the water diverted under these permits was delivered to be used for groundwater recharge or underground storage?
It's not captured in my report.
So when you were evaluating, I'll let you go on. So in evaluating the amount of water that was put to beneficial use under these permits, you did not consider whether the water was being delivered to recharge or underground storage projects.
For the purpose of this report, we consider water delivered when it leaves our turnout, when it's delivered to our contractors.
So I understand that this is not in your report, but based on your experience in your job, do you know whether water delivered under these permits is used for recharge or underground storage?
It's possible.
But you don't have personal knowledge of it.
We have contracts that govern those operations, but I'm not familiar with those.
Okay. If we could please go back up to PDF page 4. Thank you. So here it lists the authorized purposes. We went over these earlier. These do not include recharge or underground storage as authorized purposes of use, correct?
No, do not.
Do you know whether the permits contain points of rediversion for above ground storage facilities throughout the South of Delta system?
Objection to the extent it calls for legal conclusion.
Noted.
Can you repeat your question again?
Of course. Do you know whether the permits contain points of rediversion for above ground storage facilities throughout the South of Delta system?
Same objection also includes facts not in evidence.
I'm just asking if she has knowledge of this.
That's fair. To the with the objections noted. Go ahead, Ms. Wu.
Our South of Delta reservoirs are listed as points of rediversion on our SWP permits.
Okay. Do you know whether the permits contain points of rediversion for the locations of underground storage projects throughout the South of Delta system?
I'm not aware of it.
So when you were evaluating the maximum beneficial use under the permits, did you evaluate whether any of the water you reported to be applied to beneficial use was released from storage in the form of flood releases?
So for all review, we Lake overview is governed by the U.S. Army Corps, which determines the top of conservation pool. And for storage above the top of conservation pool, we consider that flood water, and the release of flood water is not accounted under the Feather River permits for this report.
Okay. So I would like to move backwards a little bit to request number 2. Ms. Mullen, could you please go to PDF page 15? Okay, just give me a moment there. So on line 14, you determined that the maximum Delta State Water Project export volume was 4,042,851 acre-feet, correct?
Correct.
And that was in calendar year 2005, right?
That's right.
And Delta State Water Project exports include direct diversions, rediversions, and diversions to storage, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in making the determination of maximum Delta State Water Project export volume, did you assume that DWR or its contractors were storing that water in authorized facilities, and upon withdrawal from storage, applying that water to an authorized purpose of use?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. Incomplete hypothetical.
I'll allow the question to the extent, Ms. Wu, you're just answering whether you considered those types of factors in your accounting.
It's a long question. Can you repeat?
Sure. So when you were making this determination of the maximum Delta State Water Project export volume, did you assume that DWR or its contractors were storing that water in authorized facilities, and upon withdrawal from storage, applying that water to an authorized purpose of use?
The export volume is just a measurement. We didn't make any assumption about uses.
Okay, so you also did not make any assumptions about whether the water was being stored in authorized facilities?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
And I'll allow the question just to the extent you considered that factor, Ms. Wu.
And I'll reiterate that the export volume in this report is just a measured value, the amount of water moved through banks under SWP water rights.
Okay. So I just have a few more questions. To discuss request number 3, your response and supporting analysis are also on this page, correct? Lines 18 to 29, it's like. And you determined that the maximum Delta State Water Project export rate was 10,614 CFS, correct?
Correct.
And that occurred on January 20th, 1993?
That's right.
Isn't it true that the permits include a term restricting Delta State Water Project exports to 10,350 CFS?
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wu. I have no further questions for you. I do have several for Mr. Fitzhugh. Ms. Mullen, if you could please bring up exhibit DWR 312 and scroll to PDF page 4. Perfect. So if we could scroll down a little bit to table 1.
Would it be
Mr.
possible to bring up the errata since there was a specific errata on table 1?
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
Provide.
So this will be 315E?
312E.
312.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
And then back to PDF page 4. Great. Okay, so Mr. Fitzhugh, earlier today, you and Mr. Boland Bryan discussed table 1 on this page and table 2, which is on PDF page 5. So this table 1 contains the diversion and export limitations that you applied in quantifying the difference in the DCP's incremental effect on state water project exports, correct?
Yes, these were applied as volumetric limits to a calcium model results in order to look at that question.
Okay. And one of the variables you accounted for in row 2 was the maximum annual diversions to south of Delta storage, correct?
Correct.
That variable, row 2, excludes rediversions of water that was previously stored in Oroville, so the first row on the table, and diversions to south of Delta direct deliveries, the third row, correct?
Well, it doesn't. It excludes storage withdrawals from Oroville that make it to the delta. That's not quite the same as the first row, I don't think.
Okay, thank you for the distinction. So here you identified the maximum annual diversion in row 2 for south of Delta storage as 1,186,000 acre feet on a calendar year basis. And you corrected your testimony this morning to state that this first occurred in 1978, correct?
Correct.
Did that occur in any subsequent year?
I think I would defer that question to Ms. Wu.
Ms. Wu, if you wouldn't mind answering, I can repeat the question if needed.
Yeah, if you could repeat your question.
Sure. So row 2 for diversions to south of Delta storage, we have the limit here of 1,186,000 acre feet of water diverted for the first time in 1978. I am wondering whether that diversion amount also occurred in any subsequent years.
I believe it also occurred in 1981 or 82. I cannot remember exactly.
Okay, and I am just going to ask this next question to you because I think Mr. Fitzhugh might defer to you anyways. Are these numbers, can they be found anywhere in your testimony? The 1,186,000 acre feet in 1978?
I don't think this number is in my report, the 1,186.
Okay. Mr. Fitzhugh, where did you get this number from?
So if you scroll down, there's a footnote describing this number. So
Yeah.
the numbers came from the allowable diversions under those 3 permits. And that is actually in Ms. Wu's testimony at the end of her testimony in a table.
Where in any DWR testimony could I find support for the fact that diversions in that amount actually occurred in 1978?
I would again defer that to Ms. Wu.
It's not in my report because it's not part of the actual questions.
So neither of you are aware of any DWR witness that has testified as to the maximum amount that was diverted to south of Delta storage in 1978. other than this row in this table?
I provided the numbers for Mr. Fisher.
So you provided the numbers, but they are not in your report.
That's right.
How did you calculate that number?
We look at the south of Delta storage levels. And then we did the same analysis that we did for other years, or the figures that we produced in my report, based on the state board guidelines, and calculated this number.
So it was using daily storage volumes, similar
Correct.
to the exhibits earlier. Okay. But you did not provide the daily storage volumes for 1978 that would be used to calculate this, did you?
Not for south of Delta storage.
So, and I apologize, I know I'm just going at this. I think this is my last question. If I were to want to validate this number using information that you have included or that any other DWR witness has included, do we have the data in any exhibit that would allow us to validate this number, assuming that using daily storage volumes is an adequate way to do that?
I don't think it's in our exhibits, but you can request that data. It may be even available on CDEC, but I don't know for sure, going back to 1978.
Okay, and just to confirm, earlier you mentioned that CDEC, the data isn't necessarily verified, correct? Because you don't have an obligation to correct it.
CDEC data is preliminary.
Okay, thank you. So moving back to Mr. Fitzhugh, looking at rows 1 through 4 in this table 1, did you analyze whether the maximum diversion and export values contained diversions or uses that were not authorized under DWR's permits?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Go ahead, Mr. Fitzhugh. Based on your own expertise.
Ask the question once more.
Of course. Did you analyze whether the maximum diversion and export values that you used as limits in table 1 contained diversions or uses that were not authorized under DWR's permits?
I did not, but these numbers were given to me by Ms. Wu, so I would defer questions on what is in there to her.
Okay, and Ms. Wu, I think we covered this earlier, and your response was that you did not consider that subject to DWR Council's objections, correct?
Can you repeat what I did or did not consider in your question?
Of course. So the limits applied in table 1, when you were reaching those numbers, did you analyze whether these values contained diversions or uses of water that were not authorized under DWR's permits?
The methodology to calculate these numbers were outlined in my report. How we account for that for the purpose of this hearing. So, yeah.
Sorry, you can continue.
No, I'll stop there.
Okay. All right. Well, I believe that I have no further questions for this panel. Thank you, Mr. Fitzhugh, and thank you, Ms. Wu, for jumping in again. I really appreciate your time. And thank you, Ms. Mullen. I will turn it over to Chris Schutz.
Thank you, Ms. Moskal. And do we have Chris Schutz? You are already in the room. Great. And then with that, I will turn things over. We'll go for about half an hour, Mr. Schutz, and then probably take a quick break. But I'll hand things over to you to get started.
That sounds good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. White, Ms. Wu, and Mr. Fitzhugh. I'm Chris Schutz. I am the Executive Director of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, one of the protestants in this proceeding. Could we please bring up Ms. White's testimony, DWR 310, and I believe it's E. It doesn't matter for my purposes, but I think we should use the most current one, and turn to page 3. Now, scrolling down to lines 16 through 19, please, Ms. Mullen. Ms. White, here you say, prior to 2010, the State Water Board accepted combined water rights reporting and did not require reporting on individual water rights where a water rights holder had multiple permits with overlapping components, correct?
That is what my testimony reads.
Ms. White, can you point me to a document where the State Water Board stated that reporting on combined water rights was an acceptable practice?
I don't have a document, and perhaps Ms. Wu may have additional information to provide about the history.
Ms. Wu, anything to add?
I don't think there's a document that states this. It's my understanding that my predecessor and the department met with State Water Board staff and then discussed the complexity of State Water State Water Project and the multiple water rights. And my understanding is the way we reported it prior to 2010, that's acceptable to the board.
Do you know of any other water rights holder to whom the State Water Board provided this? What you stated is an accommodation provided to DWR?
Objection. Ms. State's testimony calls for speculation, relevance.
Could you state the question again, Mr. Schutz?
Sure. Do you know of any other water rights holder to whom the State Water Board provided the accommodation of allowing them to report their water rights on a combined basis rather than by individual license or permit?
Same objection.
Noted. Maybe I'll ask the question this way. Ms. Wu, are you aware of any other water right holders that report to the State Board with respect to multiple water rights on a combined basis?
I don't know that.
Any of the other panelists have any knowledge of any of that?
I do not.
I do not.
Ms. Wu or Ms. White, why did DWR change its practice in 2010 and begin reporting its water rights on an individual permit by permit basis rather than on a what you call a combined basis?
Objection. Relevance.
What is the relevance, Mr. Schutz?
I'm trying to ascertain whether DWR in the past was afforded an accommodation or simply took an accommodation, and whether how the personnel from DWR view the appropriateness of that accommodation.
Why, I guess, Mr. Schutz, connect that to me. Why does that matter for purposes of the historical use information we received and understanding the historical use information we received from DWR, which is permit by permit, as I understand?
Well, it matters because it goes to the assertion by Ms. White in her sworn testimony that that the State Water Board provided, accepted, as it says, combined water rights reporting, and I'm trying to verify the truth of that statement.
I see. All right, I'll allow the question with respect to Ms. Wu's own statement. If you know the answer, Ms. Wu, please go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
Hold on. I'm sorry, I lost it. Could someone help me out here?
I believe, Mr. Schutz, I believe your question was something to the effect of what happened in 2010 that
Correct.
resulted in the change in practice.
That's right.
And again, this is before my time. My understanding, though, is that's around the time when eRIMS was launched. It's the electronic water rights management system, if I got it right. So the state board met with water users, including the department, to kind of discuss how diversions and uses can be reported that work with the eRIMS. And from that point on, we started reporting diversions and uses specific to each water right.
Thank you. And Ms. White or Ms. Wu, do you believe that reporting on a permit by permit basis is the appropriate way to report your water right use?
Objection. Relevance. These requirements are part of the permit and the state board dictates them and the methodology, and those were what was followed.
I think that's fair, Mr. Schutz, that we're going to get in trouble with the in trouble by I'm a confusing record with the term appropriate, and I'm not sure it's helpful here. So if you would please move on to your next.
All right, fine. Thank you. Could we please turn to page 6 of Ms. White's testimony, lines 12 to 13. Now here you say that you looked at data prior to December 31st, 2009 to perform the analysis that was requested by the AHO, correct?
Yes.
Ms. White, to your knowledge, did anyone from DWR also evaluate whether in the years 2010 to 2024, DWR's actual operations exceeded the maximum usage of water that DWR made under its permitted rights for the state water project prior, the maximum usage prior to December 31st, 2009 for any of the categories that the AHO specified in its information request.
Objection, relevance as to this proceeding. This was not testimony that DWR put on willingly. This was information requested by the AHO as to certain uses prior to 2009, and anything that is beyond that is outside the scope of the AHO's supplemental request and should not be considered as part of this proceeding.
Mr. Schutz, what is the relevance for this proceeding of operations after 2009?
First of all, I'm asking whether to the knowledge of anyone on the panel, as the person's most knowledgeable, this analysis was performed by DWR. And second of all, as we look later into the modeled results for baseline operations, I think it would be useful to know whether or not there were exceedances in reality when we're comparing that to the modeled outcome, sort of along the lines that Mr. Bullen Bryan began to explore this morning, and about which I have some further questions.
So let me understand, Mr. Schutz, and I'm trying to recall your question, but you're trying to understand whether the modeling, the calcium modeling accurately reflects what actually occurred?
In part. Or whether there were other actions on the part of whether there were actual practices on the part of DWR that caused these exceedances, caused any exceedances of any of these parameters subsequent to the 2009 period. And if they don't know, they don't know.
Sure, but why is that relevant if an exceedance occurred?
Well, part of what we heard this morning about why the modeling and the actual use are so varied, in part, was because there are different rules and requirements that have gone on. And I'm trying to explore whether actual operations under different rules and requirements have actually made a difference in DWR's practice, or whether there's some other reason that's unique to the modeling that's causing the apparent difference between the modeled output and the actual practice.
I guess I'm still struggling with how this would, I mean, it seems to me that your question is not about exceedances, it's just about what the bottom line numbers are, right? That whether DWR has conducted the same analysis that it is now conducted with respect to 2009 and prior, with respect to 2010 and later. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll allow that question, whether, to your knowledge, Ms. Wu, DWR has conducted a similar analysis that you conducted here for 2009 and earlier to any subsequent years.
So I started in DWR 2019 and 2020, and so I can say that we submit annual reports to the State Water Board that you can look at. And we also have reports from prior years that are available on eRIBs for the annual reports.
Excuse me, for which prior years?
From 2010 from 2010 on, we have annual reports available on eRIBs.
I understand that. I'm asking if you've gone further into those annual reports to see if the answers that you arrived at regarding the parameters requested by by the AHO prior to 2009 at the end of the year, if the answers would be different for any of the years subsequent to 2009.
Same objection as to relevance as it relates to the pre-2009 was the focus of the AHO's request. And to the extent that the justification is based on the modeling, I think that those questions have been asked and answered by Mr. Fitzhugh.
So, Mr. Schutz, frankly, I didn't understand your question, so maybe we should start there. Will you run the question by me again?
Sure. Trying to limit it to the caveat that you provided a few minutes ago, a short period ago. What I'm asking is, I'm not asking for individual examples of exceedances. I'm asking for, sort of in aggregate, would the answer to the maximum uses under the various categories requested by the AHO be different if DWR were to look at not only years prior to December 1, 2009, but to the years subsequent to December 1, 2009?
And that was asked and answered by the witness as to the annual reporting.
No, she answered, respectfully, she answered where some raw information was available. I'm asking, I mean, there's more analysis simply than the raw information. I'm asking whether DWR had done any more refined analysis to see what the answer would look like if the time period from 2010 to 2024 were to be allowed in counting DWR's maximum use.
And I'm going to sustain the objection based on relevance. This is, I mean, if for purposes of this set of witnesses, we're looking at the historical use, and I want to be very careful and mindful of that is the relevant issue here. And I don't think it's my conclusion that consideration of whether I don't know if you say the beneficial use deadline had been 2010 or 2020, whether the answer would have been different, I think that gets us too far off course. So I think with that, Mr. Schutz, we should proceed to your next question.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to turn to Ms. Wu for a moment and look at her supplemental report DWR 311E, PDF page 13, lines 17 through 22. So Ms. Wu, I'm trying to understand. First of all, can we sort of define terms a little bit? By Feather River diverters, that refers generally to the Feather River settlement contractors, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I think that I'm going to call them that as we talk about them, because there are other Feather River diverters, and to me it was somewhat confusing what the term of art was. So, Ms. Wu, is it DWR's contention that it accounts for water delivered to the Feather River settlement contractors under those settlement contractors' underlying water rights in certain conditions?
Objection to the extent I'm confused if vague and ambiguous as to federal Feather River contractors.
Sorry, Feather River contractors. I misspoke.
And can you repeat your question again?
Sure. I understand you, and would you correct me if I'm wrong, please? I understand you to say that DWR is accounting for water delivered to Feather River settlement contractors under those settlement contractors' underlying water rights. Is that correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
That's why I'm asking if it's correct.
I think that's fair. Ms. Wu, please go ahead, and you can correct Mr. Schutz if that's appropriate.
We make deliveries to the Feather River diverters. So that's how I refer to them in my report. We make deliveries to Feather River diverters based on our settlement contracts with them. And so the Feather River diverters, they do have their underlying water rights. So the deliveries we make to them, we would parse out which portion is accounted under their underlying water rights and which portion is accounted under SWP water rights.
And for any water that could be delivered under their underlying water rights, you are accounting for them, are you not? Under their underlying water rights and not under DWR's water rights.
For any water that could be delivered under their underlying water rights, it's
Thank you.
accounted under their water rights.
Right. And so you count for those first, and then any water delivered to those entities that would not be delivered or deliverable under their underlying water rights, you account for that additional water under DWR's water rights. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And part of the way you determine that is whether there is sufficient natural flow in the Feather River to serve those underlying water rights in order of priority. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's one of the conditions we look at.
And another is the season of diversion and whether that's within the underlying water rights. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And another is the total volume of water. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So as a practical matter, Ms. Wu, does your methodology in accounting for DWR's water put to beneficial use calculate the water to delivered to the settlement, the Feather River diverters, as you call them, and then back out any water that was delivered to them under their own water rights?
And I'll just repeat that the deliveries we make to them, we parse out which portion is under their water rights and which portion is under SWP water rights. And for the uses, it's the portion that's under SWP water rights that we capture.
So does delivery of water from storage in Oroville Reservoir to the Feather River diverters, as you call them, account for that water as water delivered under DWR's water rights, under the Feather River diverters' water rights, or does it depend?
Water coming out of Oroville stored water.
Yes.
Storage is accounted under SWP water rights.
Now, are you considering when you're making the calculation the re-regulation of water in the Feather River upstream of the points of diversion for the Feather River diverters?
What do you mean by re-regulation?
There are additional dams and diversions in the Feather River watershed upstream of Lake Oroville, correct?
That's correct.
Lake Almanor being the largest, correct?
I don't know that.
So what I'm asking is, you told me before that whether part of the way that you determine whether you're accounting for water diverted to the Feather River diverters has to do with the natural flow in the Feather River, correct?
Correct.
Now, that natural flow, let's say, could be diverted to some degree upstream of Oroville Reservoir, could it not?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion or speculation.
Noted. I'll go ahead, Ms. Wu, if you can answer.
It could be diverted upstream if upstream diverters have the legal water right for that diversion.
And that could be water diverted to storage, which would not follow natural flow patterns, could it not?
When you say natural flow pattern, you mean the timing?
The timing and volume.
If upstream reservoirs, which we are aware that, for example, Western Canal Water District, they have agreements with PG&E, for which PG&E releases store water for Western Canal. The store releases would be assigned to Western Canal specifically, and that is accounted for when we look at natural inflow that's available for Feather River diverters.
And to your knowledge, where is the water stored for Western Canal?
Objection, relevance?
I'm trying to get to how DWR has determined whether there is sufficient natural flow in the Feather River to serve the Feather River diverters.
All right.
At any given time.
Understood. Go ahead, Ms. Wu, please.
There are a couple upstream. I don't have the names specifically top of my head.
Anyone else, Ms. White?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
Mr. Fitzhugh, do you know?
I do not know.
So what I'm trying to understand, and perhaps you can help me, Ms. Wu, is how at any given time during the summer, for example, in the months of July, August, you're determining whether there is sufficient natural flow in the Feather River to meet the needs of the Feather River diverters, or whether you need to be accounting for the deliveries to those Feather River diverters as water previously stored in DWR's Oroville Reservoir and therefore allocated to DWR's water rights.
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
I don't understand why it calls for a legal conclusion.
Ms.
I'm
Wu,
asking.
you can answer to the extent that you know with respect to the DWR's accounting.
So we look at inflow into Oroville, and then there's also right downstream of the Oroville Dam, there's a Cali Ridge powerhouse, which is stored water from South Federal Water Agency. So we capture those as inflow that's available for the Feather River diverters.
So when you're talking about whether there's whether there's water available to meet the needs of the Feather River diverters, you're talking about regulated flow, not natural flow. Is that correct?
We have estimates of what the natural flow is.
And do you use those estimates of natural flow to sort of on a day-by-day basis to evaluate whether or not you should account for deliveries to the Feather River diverters under their underlying rights or DWR's water rights?
Yes, we do have daily inflow.
And is that what you used in calculating DWR's releases to Feather River diverters for the purposes of the of responding to the AHO's questions?
Yes, we rely on daily inflow data to account for the portion that's under SWP water rights for AHO's request.
You did rely on that.
I did.
Okay, thank you. I thought I heard you say rely rather than relied, and I wanted to verify that. Thank you very much. Ms. Wu, looking down, let's see. Could we look at PDF page 16? Are we still PDF 16 of Ms. Wu's testimony? Thank you. And if we could look at lines at the bottom of the page, lines 25. There we go. So I'd like to understand, in addition to Feather River diverters in lines 25 and 26, you also talk of north of Delta contractors. Can you tell us what you mean by north of Delta contractors, please?
Yeah, that would be SWP contractors north of Delta, including County of Butte, City of Yuba City, and the North Bay contractors.
And the North Bay contractors are those served by the North Bay Aqueduct, is that correct?
Correct.
And are those all of those entities covered by the north of Delta contractors, as you use the term?
Yes.
So there are no other deliveries to any entities along the Feather River other than the north of Delta contractors that you just identified and the what you call the Feather River diverters, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, they're also on lines 25 to 26, you call out in-basin uses. Could you tell us what you mean by in bases and uses in that sentence, please?
So it could include under this section, which is for storage withdrawal, it could include releases for flow requirements or water quality requirements. Or for salinity control.
So these are in-river uses that you're referring to, not, for example, deliveries to north of Delta contractors, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, looking here at line 22, you say that DWR released 1,123,644 acre-feet of storage from Oroville Reservoir under permit 1648 16478 in 2007, correct?
The 1.1 million acre feet is the total or storage. Oh, so that's assigned under permit 16478.
Thank you. And of that amount, DWR or its contractors beneficially used 963,080 acre feet in 2007, correct?
Not only the contractors, but it also include in-basin uses that we just discussed, and it could also include south of Delta deliveries.
I see. Okay. So the beneficial use as you're accounting for it in a given year, though, is the 963,080 acre foot value, not the larger value in that line, correct?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to assigning beneficial use to what permit?
Permit 616478.
Can you repeat your question?
You limited your assignment of beneficial use to permit 16478 to the amount used in 2007 rather than including any water that was used in any other year. Is that correct?
That's the 2007 is the year that we see the maximum use for this permit.
All right. Thank you. Could we please turn back to Ms. White's supplemental testimony, DWR 310, page 8. I'd say I have 20 more minutes, maybe. Ms. Kinsey, would you like to break or would you like to continue?
Let's go ahead and take a break. I know Ms. Wu's been on the spot quite a bit. Let's take we'll do a 9-minute break and come back at 2:50. Thank you, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Thank you very much. And I see we have everyone we need. With that, I will hand things back to you, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you very much. We were just pulling up, I believe, Ms. White's testimony again. That's DWR 310E and looking at page 8. And here, looking, Ms. White, at lines 5 through 7, you provide examples of some of the operational actions that DWR could implement to comply with any requirement in the future to reduce exports pursuant to its water rights, correct?
Those are some examples.
And one of those examples is to reduce exports, correct?
Yes.
Now, what you're referring to there is limiting state water project exports, correct?
It'd be it'd be exports of state water project water under our
Thank
water
you.
rights.
Thank you. But it would not limit the use of state water project facilities to export transfer water, is that correct?
Objection relevance calls for a legal conclusion.
I think that's something as operator that Ms. White knows in day-to-day action and doesn't require a legal conclusion.
I'll allow the question within your expertise, Ms. White.
Could you restate the question again?
Sure. If DWR reduced exports under its own water rights, that would not limit use of state water project facilities to export transfer water, would it?
These examples are what we do to manage our export of state water project water under our water rights. So correct, it does not include non-state water project water.
Now, can you or any of the panelists tell me what constraints on the state water project would limit export of water that would otherwise be diverted under the Feather River diverters water rights and exporting that water as transfer water through the state water project facilities?
Objection as to relevance. This is clearly outside the scope as we're not talking about state water project water. We're talking about other water rights.
That's
We're talking
accurate. Mr. Schutz, you can respond, please.
We're talking about the use of the state water project facilities, both with and without or under the Delta Conveyance project. And I'm exploring whether there are potential workarounds to limitations on the potential limitations under state water project water rights to avail state water project or its contractors or its recipients of the opportunity to export more water.
I'll sustain the objection with respect to increases in, well, I guess that's, so you're relating increases in exports under other water rights as relevant to impacts of the Delta Conveyance project?
What I'm getting at is that there may be opportunities within the accounting procedures that DWR has brought forward here today that would allow increased exports by accounting for those exports under water rights other than state water project water rights, but which are nonetheless water rights that attach to normal recipients of water that's managed by the Department of Water Resources.
So once again, I'm going to sustain the objection, Mr. Schutz. I think that's pretty far afield from what we have scheduled for today. So let's move on to the next question, please.
Please look at Mr. Fitzhugh's supplemental report, DWR 312E. And turn to page 5, line 24. Sorry, that's not the correct reference. Oh, yes, it is the correct. It's line 24. Yes. Mr. Fitzhugh, in line 24, you refer to exceeding the limits in table 2. Did you mean to say the limits in table 1?
Yes, should be table 1. Thank you.
Thank you. I took me a while to understand that, and I suggest you might correct that in any further corrections you make. Can we look at lines 12 to 14, please? Mr. Fitzhugh, I'm trying to understand the logic of this paragraph. Why do reductions in diversions to storage in Oroville translate directly to equal reductions in exports?
So that's the assumption we made for the purpose of this analysis. It is a rough assumption because you're right, storage accumulation in Oroville may be used for other purposes. I don't think it's particularly critical though for the results because there's only 2 years where the historical maximum for diversions to Oroville went over the limit in table 1, and the numbers are practically identical between the with and without DCP models. So it is a simplification, I admit, but I don't think if we changed it, it would really matter too much for the overall results of this analysis.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to slow down a little bit because I'm still digesting what you just said. So are you saying that because your response is limited to a couple of years in which the maximum amount of water was used, the distinction that not all water stored in Oroville is exported does not have a lot of significance? Is that
yeah, maybe I can discuss by just going down to table 3 and table 4. And I'm just speaking here about diversions to storage in Oroville, not the other categories. So could we just go down to table 3 in this moment? And go down a little bit farther. I just want to see the 2 rows in column 1. So 1978 and 1993 are the 2 years highlighted in red in the first column.
Yes.
And so those numbers are 3358 is larger than the historical max, as is 2801. What I'm saying is that, and then in the 4th column, you see the difference. And that say that for 1978, that 729 was removed from total exports. So it's 729 and 172. So can you scroll down to table 4 and just show the same rows? I think go a little bit farther just to show the second year too. If you can just go over to that part of the next page. that 738 number there is practically identical to the 729. The other table in the 177 is very close. So basically, if you made a different assumption and say only a portion of the accumulated storage in Oroville over the historical max was affected exports, those two numbers would change in the two tables. We would probably handle the both models identically. It wouldn't have any effect on the final results of this, which is the differences between the two models. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So stating this in sort of simple terms, what you're getting at here is these were big refill years that exceeded in some manner, as modeled, the diversion to storage limits that Ms. Wu developed. And that your assumption is that if that water had not been stored, DWR would not have been able to export it because it would have escaped the opportunity to export it directly or something. Is that correct?
That is the assumption, yes.
Okay. Now, let's go back to page 6 and look at table 3 if we could. And you had a discussion with Mr. Bull and Brian this morning about this. And you know, we see that this is the table 3 is the updated baseline, correct?
That's correct.
And you suggested some possible reasons for which the baseline as modeled was so much greater than the diversion limits from historical use. Do you remember that discussion?
I do remember that discussion.
Okay. And now, and I understand that you stated that modeling is generally for comparative purposes, and that's the best use of the model, correct?
Yes.
But it does seem, it stood out to me that, and I believe you suggested it may have stood out to you, although correct me if I'm wrong, that the calcium modeling suggesting exports of 1,000,000 acre feet or more than the historical exports was something that you noted in making your observations. Is that fair? For example, I'll let you answer the question, and then I'll give you some years.
Can you just kind of restate that? Sorry.
Sure. Like if you look at years like and you look at column 6 here, I believe it is, delta direct diversion over the requested limit. You see in 1982, you're 1.6 million acre feet over the limit. In 1983, you're 1.65 million acre feet. In 98, you're 1.608. In 2006, 1.4 almost, and in 2011, 1.6 million acre feet. You're suggesting that under the calcium modeling, a lot more water would be exported in the base case scenario than would have been than was actually exported, or that DWR was able to export in the pre-2010 period.
Right, based on the fact that the maximum historical for those delta direct diversions was 2548 prior to 2009. We certainly do see a lot of numbers larger than that. But again, I did emphasize in response to the earlier questions that for calcium is not representing what actually historically happened in those years, because we use assumptions about current conditions, current regulations, current demands in particular may make a difference. So it's not surprising that it's higher, actually, for that reason.
But isn't it the case, and I'll ask this of Ms. White, isn't it DWR's position that part of the need for the Delta Conveyance project is that there are more regulatory constraints on the state water project than there were historically?
Objection, relevance as to this portion of the proceeding.
My understanding is you're asking this, Mr. Schutz, to understand the reasons for the difference in the model results. Is that
correct?
Okay. It's overruled. Go ahead.
Can you restate your question, please?
Yes, isn't it the position of the Department of Water Resources that part of the need for the Delta Conveyance project stems from the fact that there are more regulatory constraints on the state water project today than there were historically?
We have seen an increase in requirements in our South Delta exports since 2008 and 2009.
So going back to either you or to Mr. Fitzhugh, wouldn't that suggest that that as far as regulatory constraints go, there were likely fewer regulatory constraints in the past, and that regulatory constraints is likely less determinative of export maxima than other factors?
Objection, compound question, incomplete hypothetical. Again, relevance because the modeling that's presented does assume current regulations.
Yes, but the historical use against which this modeling is being measured has had fewer constraints regulatory constraints as I understand them.
And I'll allow the question, but let's try it again, Mr. Schutz, and see if we can break it down.
Okay.
By we, I guess I mean you. Thank you.
Mr. Fitzhugh, you said that one of the factors that is a difference between the modeled output and the actual historical use is a change in regulatory constraints, correct?
I did say that.
And what I'm asking you and Ms. White is, aren't the regulatory constraints that weren't the regulatory constraints under which DWR put its water to use prior to 2009 less stringent and restrictive on Delta exports than they are under the modeled constraints that you've modeled in this exercise?
I would guess that historically in 82 and 83 there were less constraints, but maybe that's a better question for Ms. White. But just to add, that's not the only difference. And then the earlier questioner did point out the difference in demands that we use full table A, and that may not have been the case back then. So there are other differences as well.
Ms. White, to your knowledge, since the state water project went online, in how many years has DWR met full table A amounts?
In my recollection, I can only speak back to current time back to 2006. So 2006, we had 100% allocation, and in 2023, we did as well. And demands have changed and so forth. So I just can't speak to the earlier times of the state water project.
So isn't it generally the case, Ms. White, that demands from the state water project are never fully met, other than in these 2 wet years that you mentioned, and maybe in a couple of similar years that are outside your recollection?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Which part?
I don't think Miss White said that. She said she can only recall back to a certain point, and the question is broader and going all the way back in time, which misstates her testimony and the sideboards she put on it.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Schutz, can you rephrase?
Ms. White, since you've been with DWR, I believe you said it's in 2006, isn't it true that in the vast majority of years, the demands for water from table A contractors are met in very few years?
I would say that since 2006, the allocations have varied from year to year based upon conditions and hydrology and regulatory requirements. As far as demands, we have 29 state water project contractors, and I would say I can't say that there's been a significant change in demands, but they have occurred over time.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And so, now, Mr. Fitzhugh, you can refresh my memory of why some of the reasons that you said historical demands, historical use might be different than what you modeled. We've gone through demands, and demands don't seem to be met most of the years, and we've gone through regulations, which generally seem to be stricter now than in the past. I'm still not understanding why in these big water years, the calcium modeling is so much greater than the historical maximum. Do you have any further thoughts about why there's such a large discrepancy to the tune of what we talked about before?
I do not, other than the potential reasons that I discussed previously.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to try one more line of questioning, and I'm going on a limb here a little bit. There was a discussion this morning between Mr. Bolin Bryan and I think Ms. Wu primarily, regarding how Ms. Wu accounted for water that was exported, and how she distinguished between water diverted that was previously stored and water that was directly diverted. So I'm going to ask some questions, and either Ms. Wu or Ms. White, I think, is probably best positioned to answer. Ms. White, is it correct that DWR releases stored water from Oroville specifically to meet salinity control and fish and wildlife beneficial uses only when the delta is in balanced conditions?
Typically during its imbalanced conditions when we are making stored water releases to not only meet water quality and outflow, also to address losses in the system, in delta consumptive use. We're making those stored releases to meet at the end of the day, resulting in at the end of the day meeting water quality and delta outflow standards in generally speak terms under balanced conditions.
So under balanced conditions, DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation are both releasing stored water to maintain what Ms. Wu called in-basin uses, including salinity control, fish and wildlife uses, et cetera, correct?
I'd say that's a generally yes. We coordinate our operations with the Bureau, and typically under balanced conditions, additional releases may be needed.
Okay. Now, if during balanced conditions, there were unregulated water otherwise in the delta, that unregulated water would first go to meet demands of diverters senior in priority to the State Water Project and Central Valley Project, correct?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Thank you.
Can you restate your question?
Sure. Let me start with another question, and then I'll come back to this one if I could. The State Water Project and Central Valley Project are explicitly responsible for meeting delta salinity control requirements and requirements to support fish and wildlife in the delta. Is that correct?
I would say we're both required jointly to meet Decision 1641 salinity and outflow standards.
Thank you.
Mm.
And now to repeat the question I asked before, if under balanced conditions there is unregulated water otherwise in the delta, that unregulated water first goes to meet the demands of diverters senior to the State Water Project and Central Valley Project, correct?
I guess I need more information on that because generally speaking, under balanced conditions, the projects will look at conditions throughout the system to determine how much additional flow, if necessary, is needed to meet our D1641 water rights standards.
So in some cases, there is water that is sourced from storage in the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project, and there's other water that's already in the system, and you look at all of those together. Is that correct?
Generally, yes.
Now, under the rule of priority, senior diverters in the Delta would have their needs met first. And if under those circumstances, D1641 requirements were not being met, the state and federal water projects, State Water Project and Central Valley Project, would have to release water additionally to meet D1641 requirements. Is that right?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, calls for a legal conclusion. There's been several questions and this feels irrelevant to the calculation. I'm not sure how this is tied to the supplemental responses, including that Mr. Schutz and others have already cross-examined Ms. White on these very topics for several days on her prior panel.
So I think, Ms. Morris, the Mr. Schutz questions go to this hypothetical that, I don't know if it's a hypothetical, but the line of questioning that Mr. Boland Bryan had, at least as I understand Mr. Schutz questions about accounting for certain diversions as either rediversion of stored water or direct diversion to south of Delta exports. And I think in that respect, it's relevant in the sense that I think the AHO raised the question, and that question is directly relevant to the historical use. Mr. Schutz, am I following you correctly?
Yes, I'm trying to get to what I think is elucidating regarding whether water diverted by DWR in balanced conditions is appropriately addressed as accounted for as stored water or as directly diverted water. And I believe that goes to the heart of what Mr. Boland Bryan was hypothesizing this morning.
Yes, I think that's right. So go ahead, Mr. Schutz. And I'm sorry, you may have to repeat the question at this point.
Okay. And I may have gotten lost as to how far I had gotten. What I asked, I believe, Ms. White, was under the rule of priority, divert water needed to meet senior diverters in the Delta would have to be met, would have to be could not be used, could not be exported by, now let's see. Let me start again. Under the rule of priority, senior diverters in the Delta would have their needs met in any case, and if additional water after those diverters had their needs met were necessary to meet salinity or fish and wildlife beneficial uses or D1641 uses, the State Water Project and Central Valley Project would need to release additional water to meet those uses, correct?
Again, we're looking at, as an operator, looking at conditions in the Delta and making adjustments to our operations to meet those D1641 standards and so forth. I know Ms. Wu did talk this morning about the accounting methodology and how we account for that if there's additional information needed there outside of what Ms. Wu testified to this morning.
All right, let's move on and see if we can get to the answer without going further into this line. Ms. White, when the Delta is in balanced conditions, diverters junior to the Central Valley Project and State Water Project are generally not allowed to divert from the Delta watershed under Term 91, correct?
Term 91 is essentially issued, whether it's in effect by the State Water Board, but generally, yes.
And the principle there is that diversions by junior diverters would injure DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation by compelling them to release their relatively senior stored water to meet salinity, to meet D1641, correct?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled with the objection noted.
Generally, the State Water Board will make a determination whether Term 91 is in effect or not based upon supplemental water releases from the projects.
Under its permits, isn't it not true that DWR is not allowed to divert water previously stored by the Central Valley Project?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion. Relevance objection.
I'll allow it to the extent it's related to this, with respect to this accounting, to address, not as a legal conclusion.
From an accounting perspective, Ms. Wu testified that we follow the board's methodologies, and our reporting is reflective of water diverted, state water project water diverted under our water rights. We're not reporting Central Valley Project or non-project water.
But are you diverting Central Valley Project water?
One more time, please.
Does DWR, the DWR's water rights allow it to divert Central Valley Project water?
Under our water rights, we can divert non-project water, or we can divert non-project water at the Delta.
Can you divert Central Valley Project water in the Delta under balanced conditions?
There is joint point of diversion.
Absent joint point of diversion.
I guess I'm not clear exactly when you're saying CVP water then.
Okay, let me start again. Are you allowed to divert water that was previously stored by the Central Valley Project, released by the Central Valley Project for purposes of D1641 requirements?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, vague and ambiguous as to timing and conditions.
Mr. Schutz, can you be more specific about conditions?
Okay, going back to the base of the hypothetical or the situation that I'm describing here, I'm talking about balanced conditions. And Ms. White has said both DWR and the Central Valley Project have release stored water under balanced conditions in order to meet D1641 requirements. Is that correct, Ms. White?
Yes.
Thank you. If DWR were to directly divert water from the Delta under balanced conditions, wouldn't that cause the CVP to have to release additional water into the Delta to meet Delta salinity control?
Jointly,
Go ahead.
jointly DWR and reclamation jointly operate, and through our coordinated operations agreement, we work together on each of our shares and our obligations to meet in basin use under balanced conditions.
So if DWR were not releasing stored water for export under balanced conditions, wouldn't direct diversion from the Delta cause the Central Valley project to have to release additional stored water to meet D1641 requirements?
Objection relevance. This does not appear to be following the line of questioning on the hypothetical. Ms. Wu's already testified, as is in the evidence, that any CVP diversions under the JPOD are subtracted from the calculation, and that all we're reporting on is water diverted or diverted to storage under the state water project water rights.
So, Mr. Schutz, why are we talking about CVP?
Because I think it's relevant. I believe that in answer to your question, or Mr. Bolin Bryan's hypothetical this morning, if DWR under balanced conditions were directly diverting water rather than diverting water released from storage, that would injure the Central Valley project. And as a senior diverter, that would not be allowed. And therefore, the water that Ms. Wu accounted for as water diverted under balanced conditions by DWR is appropriately viewed as water diverted that was previously stored and not as water that was directly diverted.
Noted. And thank you, Mr. Schutz. And I think you actually have, my brain had gotten there too. So I think we can move on from this so as to avoid, well, because you made your point.
Thank you. That's all I have. And yes, so I'll just say, I believe Ms. Wu got it correct. You know, and as much as Ms. Morris finds it disagreeable that I'm agreeing with her, in this case, I definitely am. So thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to explore this, because I do think it's important.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. No, I appreciate that line of questioning. Next on my list, I believe I have Mr. Cho. And if that, Mr. Cho, is that your understanding as well?
It is.
And just to check, I think I have Mr. Cho, and then my intent anyway, would be to break until tomorrow. Once I think you estimated a half hour, although I'll give you some leeway on that.
I think it should be around that.
Great. Then we will try to get through it. If we go much longer, we'll take a very brief break, but we'll try to get through that. Ms. Carroll, please.
I just wanted to make sure if we could reserve a little bit of time to discuss your latest information request for DWR. And then also, we just noted that in uploading Ms. Wu's corrected report, that again, we had issues with Word converting the references to error. So we were hoping we could just update same title, same page, but the error message is taken out and corrected. It's on page 19 and there's 3 spots.
I think that makes sense. Yes, we can do that. Thank you. And thank you for catching that. Yes, we can talk about the info request, and I have considered that, and we do have responses. So we will turn to that after Mr. Cho. So
thank you. Appreciate that.
With that, I will turn these witnesses over to your questions, Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Austin Cho on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. Hello, everybody. I'm not sure exactly where my questions will be directed. I think by default, I'll start with Ms. White, if you don't mind. And then if some further deferrals may be necessary, please speak up. So Ms. White, nice to see you again. Do you recall the last time we spoke, you confirmed that given your role at DWR in State Water Project Operations Management and your familiarity with DWR's water right permits, that you are qualified to opine on the extent of those water rights?
I'm qualified to opine on state water project operations as it relates to our water rights permits.
And you can competently speak to the scope of the DWR water rights that are subject to this petition proceeding?
Can you be more specific on, we're talking about the 4 informational items?
No, I'm speaking to the 4 state water project permits that are subject to the change petition proceeding, that are also the subject of the supplemental information.
Objection vague and ambiguous as to which portions of the permit that he's asking Ms. White if she's, and I'm mischaracterizing this, sorry, but asking her to opine on her expertise.
I'm just making sure that we can establish that Ms. White is able to speak to the scope of the water right permits that are subject to this proceeding, as she did confirm previously.
I think that's fair. Go ahead, Ms. White.
Yes, I can speak as it relates to water operations and most specifically today in my testimony with the supplemental information requests.
Thank you. And you stated at the start of your oral summary this morning that the purpose of your testimony is to provide an overview of the water available by the DCP should there be a limit to diversions based on the supplemental information. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, and that is the scope of Mr. Fitzhugh's report and his testimony.
Great. And to your understanding as an operator, are the 4 state water project permits in this proceeding currently limited by those historical maximum uses that were established by December 31st, 2009?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion outside the scope of this limited portion of the testimony that is directly in response to the supplemental information requests asked for by the AHO.
Hearing Officer Kenzie, if I may just interject briefly, we've been hearing a lot of these types of objections today. I'm just trying to get a clear understanding from your viewpoint on this topic. My impression was that cross-examination in the AHO proceedings are not limited to the scope of the testimony that's submitted. It's limited to the relevance of the proceeding at large. This supplemental information, while it was directed by the AHO, was directed to be submitted along with DWR's case in chief, and it goes directly to the central hearing issues that are put before the parties.
Here was, I believe I had clarified this at least on the record orally during a hearing, but my intent, because these witnesses were called by the AHO, my intent is to limit the scope of questioning or cross-examination to the content of the supplemental information request. If there's if parties seek to ask other questions of these witnesses, that would be the appropriate way to do that would be through a separate process, that these hearing days are reserved for questions directly related to the supplemental information submitted on May 27th. So this does differ from our standard practice where witnesses are brought forth by parties and they're subject to cross-examination on any relevant information.
Okay, well, I appreciate that clarification. I would still say that my questions go directly to the scope of the testimony that's provided.
Right. So can you repeat your question, please, and remind me? Thank you.
Ms. White, to your understanding as an operator, I'm not asking for a legal opinion, just from an operations standpoint, are the 4 state water project permits in this proceeding currently limited by the historical maximum uses that were established by December 31st, 2009 that are described in the supplemental information you provided?
I will allow that question. Go ahead, Ms. White.
You're on mute.
I say I hate to do this again. Can you repeat the question?
Happy to.
Okay, thank you.
To your understanding as an operator, are the 4 state water project permits that are the subject of this proceeding currently limited by the historical maximum uses established prior to December 31st, 2009?
With the okay. As far as the historical usage, we provided the supplemental information that we've been talking about today. We have been, and it's part of my testimony, tracking our operations to track how our state water project operations are tracking with respect to the pre-2009 historical maximums as provided today in the supplemental information.
Do you operate the state water project in accordance with the maximum uses established prior to December 31st, 2009?
We operate the state water project in compliance with all of our water rights permits and conditions.
Just to put a fine point on this, does that include the expiration of the time to complete beneficial use under the permits by December 31st, 2009?
Well, our intent is to operate within the December 31st, 2009 historical maximums. And as I've stated in my testimony, we are tracking our operations as such.
Do you draw a distinction between an intent to operate within those parameters and actually operating within those parameters?
An intent is our intent, and our objective is to operate within those maximum historical limitations.
Is it your understanding that if the change petition we have today is approved, but DWR's petition for extension is denied, that the supplemental information that you've submitted reflects the limitations that would apply to the utilization of the DCP facilities?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I think that's fair, Mr. Cho.
Well, I'm asking if it's Ms. White's understanding that that's the case. If it's not, she can say so.
We asked and answered, then she's answered that question twice.
Whether it's her understanding that the historical use limits would control operations of the project?
If the pending petition for extension is denied.
I'll allow that question. Go ahead, Ms. White.
As I mentioned, how we are operating to the historical maximums, and there is a separate process ongoing for time extension. And so I've stated how we are operating now and tracking our operations, and to the extent of what happens through the time extension process, I can't speak to.
Okay. On page 2 of your testimony, maybe we can just pull that up, Ms. Mullen, if you don't mind. I think it's DWR 310. Maybe with an E.
I was going to say, I think there's an errata also, but Ms. Mullen is probably on top of it. Yes, there we have it.
I'm at the bottom of page 2, footnote 2. You state that the supplemental information that DWR has submitted does not include additional information related to the legal requirements for that time extension petition process. Is that right?
Yeah, I can't speak too much to this footnote. As I understand it, was included into more additional information was part of the cover letter to the submittal under the May 27th submittal.
So did you not write this footnote?
That very footnote, I did not.
Okay. We can move on. Going to the first information request, which seeks information about the amounts of water diverted to storage at Oroville. Between September 7th, 1977 and June 11th, 1978, I believe you state that DWR diverted the maximum amount of water to storage under permit 16478, which was 380,000 acre feet and about 2,249,418 acre feet under permit 16479. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I believe it's in my testimony in a table. It is summarized. I believe it's table 2. Maybe if we could just scroll down to that page. Okay, there we go.
Great. And under permit 16479, that amount that was diverted between 1977 and 1978 was approximately 65% of the face value of 3,500,000 acre feet provided for diversion and storage under that permit. Is that correct?
Without a calculator, it sounds about right.
I used a calculator, so
Okay.
I don't want to make you feel bad.
Alrighty.
Okay. And so combining those two permits together is where we get the 2,629,418 acre feet. That was the combined maximum diverted to Oroville, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe this was discussed possibly by Ms. Wu earlier, that the State Water Project operational figures on CDEC are considered preliminary and subject to correction since they don't need to be verified. Is that generally accurate, Ms. Wu?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. What about the diversion figures that are contained in the annual progress reports for the State Water Project permits on ERIMS and also on the AHO FTP? Are those considered preliminary?
We would state whether it's preliminary or not, as I recall.
Okay, and generally information submitted in those annual progress reports are submitted as true under penalty of perjury, is that right?
I believe so.
Did you, or maybe this is to the room, did anyone in preparing these figures, maybe it was you, Ms. Wu, did you rely on the progress reports that DWR submitted for its permits to account for that maximum diversion to Oroville in 1977 and 1978?
No, I did not.
And I didn't see the progress reports for permit 16479 on the AHO FTP page for the years 1978 or 1979. Do you know why that's not there? I don't know if that's DWR or the AHO.
I don't know.
Just for the record, we did not, that was something that the AHO produced.
Thank you, Ms. Morse.
And all further, we did submit, I think with the cover letter that received, and you may have seen this, but with the cover email with which we sent that data, we explained that we don't, the State Water Board does not appear to have that report. So there was some explanation of that.
Ms. Wu, do you know if DWR has a copy of that, those two missing progress reports for permit 16479 for the years 1978 and 1979?
I remember seeing it.
Is that something that DWR could add to the record for this proceeding?
I don't see why not.
Thanks. Are you aware that under permit 16479, there was a different volume reportedly diverted to storage to Oroville that differs a bit from that 2,629,418 acre feet? For instance, the progress report remarks for permit 16479 in 2005, which states that the amount diverted under the two storage permits in 1977 through 1978 was 2,488,607 acre feet.
Yeah, I'm aware of it, and I addressed it in my report as well, as to why the discrepancy, what caused the discrepancy. I believe it's due to the earlier reports relied on end-of-month storage, versus in my report, we relied on daily storage numbers and using the methodology provided by the State Board guideline.
Would you say that your figure is more reliable than that provided in the progress reports?
My figure is consistent with current State Board guidelines, which was created, I believe, around 2013.
Thank you for clarifying. On to information request number 2, which sought the combined maximum export volume from the South Delta prior to 2010. And I believe that number was 4,042,851 acre feet in the year 2005. Is that correct? Maybe Miss Wu, I don't, this is where I stumbled to find out who I should be asking.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, great. And the maximum direct diversion to south of Delta deliveries on an annual volumetric basis was also achieved in 2005 to the amount of 2,548,000 acre feet. And I think this may be to you, Mr. Fitzhugh, as noted in DWR 312. Is that a correct figure?
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Yeah, the maximum direct diversion to south of Delta deliveries on an annual volumetric basis was 2,548,000 acre feet in 2005.
Can you just bring up my report?
Sure. Ms. Mullen, do you mind pulling up DWR 312, possibly with an E at the end?
Go to table 1.
Yes.
Right. So I think that says what you said, that the maximum historical diversion to South Delta direct deliveries was 2548 in 2005.
Okay. And does this also have was this calculated using daily storage numbers or daily figures that differ from how DWR previously calculated the direct diversion to south of Delta deliveries?
I would defer this to Ms. Wu. She gave me the number and she would know how the calculations were done.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I ran into the same issue looking at the say the progress report for permit 16479 in 2005, which showed a different figure. Maybe Ms. Mullen, could we possibly pull up that annual progress report for permit 16479? I think it's identified as application 14443, and specifically the 2005 year. And if we could, before we scroll down, Ms. Wu, so the direct diversion to south of Delta deliveries, that 2,548,000 acre foot figure, that's an amount based on Table A delivery records for that year. Is that right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
We have, it's described in my report how we calculate delta direct diversion. We consider export volume in that year, and then we also accounted for rediversion of overview water. We also look at the amount of water that's put into south of Delta storage. So we look at all those factors to calculate delta direct diversion.
So you arrived at that figure by subtracting other components from a broader figure that you had based on storage. Is that what you're saying?
That's
okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think we have the wrong exhibit up, although you may be done with it.
Oh, this does look different than what I
I
was
think,
looking
did you want a
for.
progress report? This is,
I did, and so it's under a different folder on the FTP. It's not under DWR's or the AHO's evidence.
okay.
Let's see. It under the main folder, there's a folder entitled Historical State Water Project Progress Reports.
Yes.
And then there are 4 folders within that, and I'm looking for the one that's A014443. And then there should be a report for the year 2005.
Great. I think we're navigating to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And Ms. Mullen, if we could please scroll to PDF page 5. And this is part of the additional notes that were appended to this year's progress report for the year 2005. And there's a number of columns here. And looking at this, I see sort of towards the middle, there's a very wide column heading entitled Harvey Obanks Delta Pumping Plant. Do you see that, Ms. Wu? And there are 3 columns in there: State Water Project, Other, and Total. And so would the column entitled State Water Project most closely reflect the combined maximum volume exported from the South Delta in that year?
Yes, that will be the column.
Okay. And that number again is a bit different from the 4,042,851 acre feet that was provided in your testimony, correct? Do you see that? We can maybe zoom in there.
I see that, and we did go back to confirm which number is the latest and greatest, and the number we've referred in my report is the latest and greatest.
Great.
The 4,042,851 acre feet.
And that's a figure that DWR has utilized for a while as the maximum volume exported from the South Delta prior to 2010. Is that correct? Namely, that you didn't arrive at that figure for purposes of preparing this information, did you?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question. Rephrase.
Do you recall during the California Water Fix proceedings, DWR's witness, Maureen Sargent, testified on the State Water Project water rights, and her testimony actually reflected that same figure, the 4,042,851 acre feet for the same category of water use. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Was this a figure that was already available to you?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what figure we're talking about.
Was the combined maximum volume figure of 4,042,851 acre feet a number that you independently calculated and arrived at for purposes of preparing this supplemental information, or was it a number that was provided to you by someone at DWR?
I relied on our operations reports to arrive at this number. It's a sum of daily export volume in 2005. And as I understand, we do at times go back and correct records if there's a need for correction.
Okay. And by records, do you mean records like the annual progress reports or something more internal within State Water Project?
It's the State Water Project Operations Report, which used to be available on our website, but because of ADA compliance, that's my understanding, it's taken down, but it can be requested.
Okay. Let's turn to the information request number 3, which relates to the maximum diversion rate of water exported from the South Delta. And Ms. Mullen, you can please take this exhibit down. Thank you so much. Ms. White, we talked a bit about this particular figure last month when I asked you what the physical intake capacity for direct diversion at the South Delta is. Do you recall that conversation?
I vaguely recall the discussion.
And is it still your testimony that the physical capacity for direct diversion at the South Delta is 10,350 CFS?
Can you be more specific on diversions location?
Banks pumping plant. Where
Okay.
I believe it would be Banks. Wherever water is pumped out of the river into State Water Project facilities in the South Delta. Is that specific enough?
We bring water into Clifton Court 4 Bay, which is directly connected to the Southern Delta. And so that physical capacity is in the range of, I'd say 9,500 to 10,300-ish, as I understand it. And then from Clifton Court 4 Bay is Banks Pumping Plant, where we pump water into the aqueduct.
Okay. When water is pumped at Banks, is that considered diversion or rediversion?
It is considered diversion. That's what we report.
Great. And
or I just want to be crystal clear. So when we're just talking, Janice, about 2005 and Banks, it's total exports, which could be diversion, rediversion, direct diversion, rediversion of stored water.
Understood. And does Banks have a physical capacity for all of those categories of water of 10,350 CFS as well?
Physical capacity with all units, I believe, available is roughly, I want to say 11,000 CFS.
Okay, that's helpful. And that would explain why it was, well, I should phrase this as a question. Would that explain why in 1993, DWR was able to divert 10,614 CFS at Banks, which may have included water directly diverted, rediverted, and water released from storage?
In 1993, I can't, we went back, can't find any specific reasons as to why the pumping was greater than the 10,350 CFS.
But it's not a physical impossibility, is my question.
From a physical pumping capacity, no.
Right. And similarly, in 2017, when DWR exceeded that export rate by about 126 CFS, that was possible because the physical facilities were able to transport more than 10,350, correct?
The difference, it's under 100 CFS on that date, and I can't necessarily agree that it was because of the physical capacity. We haven't Clifton Court that day was under the 10,350, as well as days around that specific day that Banks pumping was greater than the 10,350 CFS.
Thank you. And yes, I did do the math incorrectly there. It was under 100. Sorry about that. Do you know, in talking about the amount of water that is pumped at Banks, considering that it includes, the total water exported includes direct diversions and rediversions. Do you know what proportions of the 10,614 CFS was water directly diverted versus water that was rediverted?
No.
Does DWR track that distinction generally at Banks?
Generally, I would just, I do want to say these are 2 days where we were outside of the 10,350 CFS. We are tracking our diversions. And as far as we are tracking our daily operations.
Fair. So even in a year where DWR is within the 10,350 CFS, a year or a day, anytime really, does DWR disaggregate the amount of water that is exported between water that's directly diverted at the South Delta versus water that is rediverted?
We have requirements per our water rights permit terms and conditions of limitations, and we are tracking. And I'd maybe look to Janice to explain a little deeper dive on that tracking.
Yeah, we do have the ability to track it or account for it.
But do you track it? Is it a practice in state water project operations to track that?
In our annual water right reports, we do have to disaggregate it in order to produce the numbers and assign it to each permit.
But you didn't disaggregate that rate of diversion or that rate of export for purposes of the supplemental information, did you?
We did.
Did you break down to identify maybe I can phrase it this way. The state water project permits 16478 and 16479 both have direct diversion rate limits from the Delta channels. Is that correct?
Only permit 16479.
And 16481, correct?
Yes, 16481.
I misspoke there. Thank you. And respectively, they are 8,300 CFS and 2,115 CFS, right?
No, one is.
Sorry, that was a total. 6,185 CFS and 2,115 CFS. You can see why I went to law school instead of.
That's correct.
Okay.
It may be helpful just to bring up attachment 2 of Ms. Wu's technical report. Does have a summary of each of our water right permits.
It's the last page of my report.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Ms. Mullen, do you mind bringing up 311 E-2, and it's PDF page 32. Thank you. So in the center column and center rows, we see the two direct diversion rate limits for permits 16479 and 16481 that we just discussed. And those go into the combined state water project export rate limit, which includes both direct diversion and rediversion. Is that right?
The 10350, yes, it includes both direct diversion and rediversion. And diversion to storage.
Right. Thank you for that. Is the direct diversion rate limit that is applicable to the Delta channels a relevant limitation on operational decisions?
I'll defer to Molly on this one.
One more time, please.
Yes. Are the two figures, the 6,185 CFS limit for permit 16479 and the 2,115 CFS limit for permit 16481, relevant for operational decisions on limiting the amount of direct diversion at banks?
Not in every situation. Every year is different, but certainly in very wet years, there could be a limitation.
Normally, you are governed by the 10,350 CFS export limit more often?
Could you be more specific about time or meaning around normally we are governed?
I guess which one is controlling for operational decisions more often than the other? Do you look to the direct diversion rate limits as a bottleneck, so to speak, or do you look at the export limit as the main controlling factor there?
Generally speaking, I would say the 10,350.
And please correct me if I am misstating this, but I believe Ms. Wu, you stated that DWR has the ability to track the amount of water that is directly diverted versus what is diverted to storage or rediverted. But you did not provide that breakdown in this supplemental information. Is that right?
We do not provide because does not inform the AHO request.
Do you know if DWR has achieved the maximum diversion rate from Delta channels under both of those permits?
Yes, I believe we have achieved that rate.
Do you know when that was?
I think it's 2005.
And were you able to distinguish the water that was directly diverted from the water that had been rediverted or diverted to storage south of Delta?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in any of the exhibits that you provided?
No.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we please go to DWR 312 and go to table 3. The delta direct diversion column, I think this question is probably for Mr. Fitzhugh. You see that column there?
Yes.
It shows most of the years listed in this table, which is under the ITP baseline without DCP, would require DWR to constrain its direct diversions from the South Delta facilities. Is that a correct reading?
So this table shows 18 years out of the entire 100-year period that's run in calcium.
Right. And so,
of the 18 years, it looks like 14 or over that 2548.
Right. So in about, of the model simulated period, 14% of the years involved diversions that would have exceeded the maximum amount established for delta direct diversion under the State Water Project permits. Is that right?
Yeah, they would have exceeded that volumetric limit that we discussed before, the 2548.
Yes, and I recall your prior comments to Mr. Schutz and Mr. Bull and Brian that it's, is it fair to say that these modeled quantities of water that were directly diverted in Table 3 are not representative of historical operations of the State Water Project?
That's correct. Calcium is not modeling what happened historically.
Right. On to information request number 4, concerning the maximum volume of water that was beneficially used under each permit. Maybe Ms. Mullen, could we please open DWR 311E2 again? And go to PDF page 11. And on lines, starting on line 24, Ms., will you state that the storage withdrawal from Oroville may be beneficially used before reaching the Delta or the State Water Project export points of diversion to fulfill contractual water supply obligations and meet water quality requirements? Do you see those lines there?
I see that.
Is this statement intended to include releases to meet DWR's contractual obligations to maintain water quality and provide water supply under the 1981 contract with North Delta Water Agency?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion, also relevance.
Noted with respect to the legal conclusion, but I'll allow the question.
It's intended to be, in general, any water supply obligations and water quality requirements.
Did you have the 1981 contract in mind when you wrote this section?
Not specifically.
Are you aware of the 1981 contract?
I'm aware of it. I'm not familiar with it.
So if you're not familiar with it, you can't say sitting here that that statement is inclusive of the 1981 contract?
Asked and answered.
Go ahead, Ms. Wu, if you would please clarify.
I'll just reiterate that it's meant to be general. Any releases that's to fulfill contractual water supply obligations and water quality requirements.
This may be a question for Ms. White then. Ms. White, do you know, does DWR consider any releases that might be made from storage to meet water quality or water supply obligations under the 1981 contract to be part of DWR's beneficial use under its permits?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
And if you would please respond just with respect to the accounting and your operations.
I think Ms. Wu answered with respect to beneficial use and how we account and our beneficial uses in our permits.
Does DWR track the amount of water that it has released specifically to meet 1981 contract obligations?
Objection is to relevance. This is outside the scope of the beneficial use under the state water project water rights.
Is it? That's my
I'm
question.
confused. Yeah, I think that's the question. So overruled.
I'd say we track based upon this testimony, storage withdrawal from Oroville is beneficially general bucket of beneficial use. And that's how we account.
Okay. I feel like I'm not getting a concrete answer on whether North Delta Water Agency's contract obligations fall within this statement or not.
Hearing officer Kinsey, if Mr. Cho is trying to assert that North Delta Water Agency is only diverting under state water project water rights, perhaps if he asks the question that way, he might get an answer.
Well, that would be a call for legal question, and that wasn't really what I was asking either.
I didn't understand that to be. So maybe let's explore this. Mr. Cho, are you asking whether, I guess you're going to be better at articulating a question than I am, but is the question we're getting at here whether in considering all storage withdrawals to be beneficial use, and then after subtracting out, I guess it wouldn't be subtracting, that would be inclusive of releases made to satisfy 1981 contract requirements? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, in a way, I looked at this line of this exhibit and I just found it written to be pretty on point in terms of what North Delta's contract provides for, meaning water supply and water quality, and it being a contractual obligation. I was just curious if the intent in writing this was to include compliance with the 1981 contract. If the witnesses don't believe that's the case, that they can answer that and I can move on.
I guess if they have an opinion as to that question, I don't know if they do.
Well, Ms. Wu wrote it, so I'm asking her on her knowledge of how she wrote it and what she was thinking about.
All right.
Asked and answered, I think 3 times now.
Well, let's try again. And I may have a follow-up question. Go ahead, Ms. Wu, please.
And again, it's intended to be general. Contractual water supply obligations and water quality requirements. When I wrote this, I didn't have the 1981 contract in mind specifically.
Maybe can I interject and ask a question, which I don't know that you're asking, Mr. Cho, but I'm going to ask now. I'm curious. In the accounting submitted on May 27th that we're discussing here, based on your knowledge of it, would there be instances in which storage withdrawal from Oroville is beneficially used before reaching the Delta or the SWP export points and then is not diverted or exported?
Yes.
Okay. And that's included within the accounting.
Yes.
So do I understand correctly that well, and maybe you don't know, but and that's a fine answer. But in some instances, water may have been released from Oroville to meet 1981 contract obligations and then not exported from the Delta, and that, well, let me start there, and then not exported?
caveat that I'm not familiar with 1981 contract, but I believe that's possible.
Fair enough. No, that's fair enough. Thank you. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Cho. That may have been my own sideshow.
No, I appreciated it. Ms. White, do you have any further thoughts on this since you are more familiar with the 1981 contract?
Not any addition as it relates to the accounting.
Okay, I'll move on. So, Ms. White, you conclude summarizing, I believe, calculations from Mr. Fitzhugh that the average annual state water project exports under the DCP as modeled would go from 472,000 acre feet on average to 319,000 acre feet. And that's based on the ITP modeling. Is that correct?
And I believe that, yes, I mean, I was, that is what my testimony reports out. If we want to bring up my testimony on the results of Mr. Fitzhugh's analysis.
I'm trying to decide whether it'd be better.
310E, or maybe Mr. Fitzhugh's testimony or report would be more appropriate.
Yeah, can we pull up DWR 312E? And it would be on PDF page 5. And then towards the bottom under results. There we go. You know what? I think we covered this already, so that wraps up my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cho, and thank you to all of our witnesses for hanging with us for a long day, and we have another long day tomorrow. I think at this point, I owe you, Ms. Carroll, a discussion about the most recent information request from the AHO, and I think I also indicated that I had some answers for you. So let me, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me, but maybe I could talk it through and I can pull it up as we speak. I did see your most recent, I believe it was an email in the format of an email with requests for clarification and also clarifying the extensiveness of the request. I did speak with our technical expertise on the hearing team in terms of our needs, and we did conclude that there was a basis to further revise the request to limit, and this is where I need to pull it up, but because I want to make sure I'm clear, but it's basically to eliminate the 0.1s in the appendices, if that makes sense. So my intent is to issue a revised letter that shows the strike through of the 0.1s from the FEIR appendices, that those equivalents would not be necessary and part of the information request. So that is my proactive response to the question you didn't ask me. So now I think I owe you an opportunity to see if you need, like I said, I'll send a letter, but I don't know if that's clear enough when I just say 0.1 since I don't have the thing in front of me right now.
Yes, that's clear enough. We understand. Thank you.
Okay. And is there any other further follow-up on that? We will issue a revised letter as soon as possible. As you know, we're in a hearing tomorrow, but we'll get it out this week for sure.
We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will turn to the room. Is there anything else we should address before we break for today and then pick up tomorrow at 9 o'clock? All right. Well, once again, I want to thank all of you very much for your cooperation, and we are adjourned for today.